Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to another live stream of Shadowverse. Today is Friday, October 29th. Let's hop in. So the Halloween sale is happening on Steam between October 29th and November 1st, so it's really just a 3-day sale, and since we've apparently got an update, we'll just cover that real quickly. There's a Halloween sale, a November sale, and a winter sale, and at best, one of those sales is really going to be worth your time to buy much of anything. Now, there is a possibility, certainly, if you're trying to just get the absolute lowest price, which on Steam, if you have the right extensions installed, you will know if this is at the lowest price ever, because a lot of games that I went through while shopping for the Halloween sale specifically weren't at their lowest price, and they were discounted, yes, and maybe at a certain point if you just want that game and you want it now, particularly if you don't have a huge backlog. I don't know how many people on Steam really don't have a huge backlog though, because it tends to be that you go hot and heavy the first 6 months to a year that you're on Steam and into PC gaming, and you just end up naturally through the first couple of sales getting a backlog. Now, maybe that's not so much the case if you were to start PC gaming right now, because the Steam sales haven't been particularly that good. There's no longer really any focus. So is this the new cards, or is this still just the old cards? Let's just open one pack and then we'll go and check the cards and see. So yeah, maybe if you go into PC gaming right now, you wouldn't end up with that huge backlog. These look like mostly old cards, but this might be a new card. So let's come over here and check. So I'm thinking the Halloween sale, a 3-day weekend sale, is not likely to be the one that you should really spend too much for. But yeah, there might be something that's discounted now that isn't discounted in the next 2 sales. So if something sticks out in your mind, that you probably should grab it if each person's mileage is going to vary severely as far as whether they need to buy games or not. Let's see, there's a couple missing here, couple missing there. Yeah, it doesn't feel like they've done the expansion yet, the mid-tier expansion. So now is not the time to potentially open a bunch of extra packs. We're saving those up. And instead, it seems like we need to play Runecraft or Havencraft, and we've got an arena run. So let's start here. Runecraft or Havencraft? Unlimited. Well, Runecraft won't win, but we won't win anyways. Let's do it just because we don't play Runecraft that often. So here's the Halloween sale. When you have a rose with an eyeball looking through it, you have the first thing they're promoting is these events that are either in-game events for games that I just don't recognize or don't play, or they were, I thought some of them were actually Twitch live streams. They're just live now. And then they just recommend games to you, and it's not like there's any specific game that is particularly being highlighted. A lot of these games are 60% off, when honestly I wouldn't even consider a game actually on sale unless it was 75% off. On top of that, you have issues of the price potentially being marked up to adjust for any discounts. Sure, if you want 25% off Psychonauts 2, if you just have to play Psychonauts 2 now, that would be a good deal. The Witcher 3 on Steam, since I got that with a video card on Good Old Games, would be nice, but getting the whole Game of the Year version of that to get the 2 expansions, to go back and play Witcher 3, it's a little expensive. Like, right now, I've been working on an over-the-air DVR, and I've had to buy an antenna and an amplifier, and maybe the amplifier wasn't even necessary. I probably should have gone the other way, but I was hoping that the amplifier would have been... in all honesty, the amplifier and the antenna are about the exact same price, so I should have just bought an antenna first to make up for the very small antenna I had. I wasted $50 putting a wheel on a gate, trying to fix the gate, but the gate's leaning over, so the wheel isn't really going to help. If anything, it hurts because the wheel spins at a 360, but it can't spin under the gate because the gate's not that high. Therefore, it just tries to turn at a 90-degree angle and not rotate at all. I'd basically need to dig a bit of a trench in my yard where the wheel should roll, so it can't spin that 90 degrees to the left or right and get in the way. But there's no reason to do that since it didn't fix the problem with the fence. The good news is I'm pretty much done with the irrigation system project finally, but at least until the summer. But yeah, a lot of financial extras have happened on top of Black Friday being moved early. No, I mean Amazon Prime Day being moved early, which kind of pre-spent all the money that I might have spent on the Black Friday. The good news there is it doesn't seem like there really are going to be a lot of Black Friday things that are worth purchasing. Black Friday in general and that holiday has been pretty awful in the past 3 or 4 years anyways, and you might want to be careful about buying this because Control Ultimate Edition is going to be given away through Amazon Prime, probably through the Prime store and not a Steam version of it. But yeah, and I would say be careful about buying Control Ultimate Edition anyways, because Control, in my opinion, is not as good as it's hyped up to be. You have a lot of cases like Resident Evil 2, but then if you were going to get the DLC, you're paying more. This isn't a terrible price. Some of these games would be great if somebody wanted to friend it and gift these games to me. Like Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 2, for instance, the Ultimate Editions of both of those would be very helpful because I want to play some of these newer Resident Evil games. I haven't played anything since covering like Resident Evil 6, and boy, that's a terrible one to end on. But yeah, some of the better games here are just not really getting discounted. You don't get points, or maybe you get trading cards, but they've totally like de-emphasized trading cards. You do get points for the point shop, but that's it. There's no game behind this. It's still so shocking that Lust from Beyond just manages to use that as its thumbnail. I'd love to play Little Misfortune, but even at $6.99 is probably still $2 cheap, more expensive than it should be. It kind of does feel like either I'm in a very different position than I was a couple of years ago as far as trying to get 99-cent games as much as smaller games that nobody has talked about or nobody knows about. Crypto and Necrodancer, like would have to be extremely careful on buying this game because I'm almost certainly going to rage quit it and not be able to actually play it because I have no rhythm. But you can see a lot of these. Darksiders Genesis and Darksiders 3 Ultimate Editions are another game that honestly I'm just mostly e-begging at this point it'd be nice if somebody friended me and gifted me those games, but right now on my budget, I don't think I can really justify it. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, Bloodstained Ritual of the Moon, those two games I like to play also. I like Lust from Beyond, but I don't know if I could actually cover it. Then you run into some cases like this Sally Face game, which is very weird looking, where it's 50% off. So if you're just looking at the percentage there, you would always reject this game, but it's also $1.49, and it's probably never going to get any cheaper than that. So when you start low, you can't really get to that 75% off. Here they have a whole category of not horror games that are on sale, which Seek Girl Fog, interesting. I don't recognize this game. It's an adult game. It's tagged with sexuality and nudity, and it's on my wish list somehow. I actually, in shopping, went through my wish list and removed as many games as I put in the shopping cart. Postal 2. I have Postal 1. Apparently that was given away for free, or is just free at the moment. So am I ever going to get around to playing Postal? Probably not. Like, looking at what's highlighted here, you can kind of just see the good position I'm in, where, like, yeah, sure, I'd love Hades, but 30% off and not really having time to play Hades. It's not really a high priority. It'd be Hand of Fate 2 is more of a high priority because I played Hand of Fate 1, and I would like to just continue down the pathways of covering games I've already covered, or covering sequels to games I've already covered. If I like the games. I think I covered Spelunky 1. I didn't really like it, so I don't think I would go and play Spelunky 2. Clannad, like, because Clannad is one of the like top 10 visual novels, it being 60% off for $17.99 is probably the best deal you'll get. The Witness for $9.99 is probably the best deal you're gonna get, even though it's still probably a little expensive. FTL for this account, like, I don't think there's any new content since when I first started my channel, so there would be really no reason to play FTL other than to just, you know, get achievements. It would be a game that I'd almost have to play off screen. The single player Gwent game, Thronebreaker, for $5.99 is probably not that bad of a deal. Dismantle. Let's see what Dismantle's about. A survival open world RPG. I'm gonna put this on the follow list. Oh, it is on the follow list. Well then, it's early access. So, if you have the SteamDB plugin installed in Chrome, then it will tell you, like, the lowest price of this game, the record lowest price according to SteamDB, is $13.99, which is 30% off. It has been at that discounted price 3 times, the first time on June 24th of 2021. So that tells you a little bit. Although first time is probably not as helpful as if it just said first, second, third time. Or that way you could tell if it is consistently going on discount during a Halloween sale, or a Black Friday November sale, or a winter sale. But yeah, a lot of games I would just look and go, oh, well, this is discounted to $2, but the game has been discounted many times for 99 cents, so now it's not really the best deal to purchase things like that. And yeah, these would potentially just keep on happening. This She Will Punish Them. I remember this game as being kind of like a lewd fetish simulator game, more than anything. It's rated very positively. Have they improved upon it? But yeah, Code Vein, a anime Dark Souls inspired game for $14.99, but then DLC would probably bump it back up to closer to $30 or $40. Not a terrible thought though, although Code Vein not particularly popular. Spiritfarer, some of these I didn't actually see. Then you have like newer games like The Pedestrian, where I'd like to play this, but I certainly think $9.99 is still probably a little too expensive. Some of these games are fairly old. I saw Braid was on sale, and yeah, for my account, for this Steam account, having Braid on it would be nice, but also if you try to cover Braids, you'll just get Content ID claims. Which I should also mention that while we're looking at the things that are on sale. You may notice that my web peak, what you're seeing right now, is no longer bouncing left and right. It's no longer bouncing left, right, up and down to stop the automated abuse of the Content ID system, and frankly the conversion of the legality of copyright into a illegal scheme to just steal as much ad revenue, or gain as much ad revenue as possible from people who are using the content in fair use. Particularly in my case, where ad copy is, to my understanding, not copyrightable, and yet videos on Steam that are advertisements, and videos that are released as press releases and then on news sources that I'm talking about and commentating on are getting Content ID'd, and it is increasingly small numbers of amount of time, whereas it seemed like YouTube wasn't allowing people to claim 30 seconds clips, but now they seem to be back to the point where they are claiming 30-second clips, minute-long clips. Honestly, YouTube could simply change the algorithm there and say you cannot claim anything less than 5 minutes of clips for a video, and nothing less than there's actual court precedent for 30 seconds of sampling of a song. Most songs these days aren't 5 minutes long, so audio maybe should be given a little bit more of a chance, but arguably if they got it to you have to sample at least 1 minute as just an arbitrary amount of audio, that would reduce the number of Content ID matches that are automated down to a level where there could be some real requirements that a human actually looks at these claims, and it isn't just this automated system where they're claiming millions and millions of videos without actually looking at it. And sure, when I get back to a point where I'm monetized, I'll go back and I'll try and dispute a lot of Content ID claims, but it's just not worth the time to do it now, particularly since it's not uncommon for old videos to all of a sudden get the same Content ID claim that you fought off before a year later, 6 months earlier. And that seems ridiculous that they're allowed to do that by mechanics. A lot of these Blaze Blue games are on sale, so it wouldn't be a crazy idea to get the Blaze Blue series. That would set me up for eventually trying to cover a cover fighting games. You have things like Indivisible, where I want to cover Indivisible, I know, but it is hard to then justify that even at $9.99, particularly when you know the game is, I don't think, as finished as I'd like it to be, and there's seemingly somewhat of a decent amount of controversy around it. The controversy in that one would certainly, I think, have to be talked about. The Jackbox Party Packs, I really have no reason to even want to purchase those since I don't have anybody to play with them. Haven, I would like, but Haven is like several games that I have come out lately where it is kind of nicely polished visually, but then kind of lackluster in actual game content and missions. Sable is another example of that type of game. Darksiders Genesis, yeah. And see, these would be, yeah, Power Rangers Battle for the Grid. It's not a bad idea for $12.99. This would be the level of games that I would kind of consider to cover. I've tried in the past Mortal Kombat 11. I saw Mortal Kombat 10 was on sale. I guess maybe I haven't considered 11. But yeah, I've tried to play just like brand new games on day one, and that hasn't really worked. I would be much happier to Boneworks, if you have VR, is a decent thought. To play things that are 6 months old or older, not incredibly old games, but like Witcher, for instance, you're talking 6-year-old game at this point, Witcher 3, when, boy, yeah, that does not feel like it's been 6 years to me. And then there's definitely plenty more. Monster Hunter World for $19.79 is probably a great deal. What is the Steam Labs Experiments G12? Let's see what that's all about. Latest experiments. Narrow by visual viewpoint. December 23rd, 2020. Explore sales by using the new exploration tool designed to help you find just the right game. Try the sale exploration experiment. This experiment also has not been... They have not announced a new experiment in quite a while. But that does get us, I think, to... Yeah, She Will Punish You is an adult-only game. It's still in early access. That's why it's still on my follow list. Okay, good to know. Monster Prom is on the following list, I think, probably because Monster Prom 1 is on the follow list, but I guess at this point I can move that to the wish list. I definitely wouldn't buy Monster Prom 2 Monster Camp. Notice how this eye is just on top of everything. You can't click on it or do anything as far as I can tell. Not right clicking, not double clicking or anything. It's just hovering him over. If anything, it might be an experiment in them making an image that hovers over. Although traditionally people hate that in websites, so that's an experiment at doing something people hate. The Blaze Blue Central Fiction, yeah, or Blaze Blue collection. Is 85% off for $5.99. It's been at that 5 times before. Blaze Blue collection in total would include 4 games for 1346, so that definitely would be one to consider. But I've kind of already considered everything. Yeah, I don't know why I don't have Mortal Kombat 11 on the wish list. Of course, the Ultimate Edition, like so many games, here bumps it back up to $20, and then if you got Injustice 2 Legendary Bundle, you would get both those games. I'm not sure. Like, clearly I should play at least the latest Mortal Kombat game to talk about that, if I was going to cover that. So the big question, of course, on the Halloween sale, and it is going to be the big question certainly at any point in the future, is the Steam Deck on any discount. Now, why would a product that is still in pre-order and in massive demand be on discount, particularly in the middle of a shortage of basically everything, but chip shortage in particular, and component shortages? It's not just the circuit chips, it's all the components, and sure, you can try and have a factory make the plastic molding for things, but when you're probably not going to make the buttons yourself, you're probably not making the screws yourself, you're probably not making the touchpads and things yourself, the speakers yourself, the screens yourself. That's all parts that you have to source out to other manufacturers who are experts in those fields, or at least pretend to be experts in those fields. So no, logically there isn't really a reason why the Steam Deck would be on sale, but if Steam was going to continue to promote its sales, it should be putting some kind of discount here. Even a 5% discount on a $400 product to start is $20. So $20 off of the Steam Deck would be something nice, certainly. I suppose also if you were getting anything more than just Steam points, which the points don't matter really, you might buy or reserve a Steam Deck at this point during a sale, not this specific sale, but maybe the November sale or the winter sale. If you're just trying to spend a bunch of money and you have a bunch of money to spend, spending $650, it might be worth it. Honestly though, seeing the difference, there is a question here. Anti-glare etched glass screen. Is it worth $120 more than the regular screen? And is this worth $130 more than this? Because could I get in that form factor a better or larger NVMe memory card and just replace it, swap it out? I think what your best deal to do, if you are capable of working with electronics and opening them and repairing them, and if you don't think you can do that, don't take this advice. But if you are, I think you wait. I think you wait until somebody has a broken Steam Deck or a used Steam Deck they want to sell, and they're selling it for $200 or even $300. You get the cheapest model or whatever, and then you upgrade it. I think there is even a possibility that there will be replacement parts from third parties that would upgrade this memory cheaper than $130, and potentially even replace the screen. And if you can get this for $200 and then spend another $200 to replace the screen to something that's a better quality, then you are still $50 shorter than this one. If you can't do that, then $529 is your best bet. But clearly, nothing is on sale here. Not a single thing. I would also... I haven't looked at the teardown lately. I would like to see this be black. I don't like the white there. I think that's going to show dirt really easily. But I'd also like to see these mounts, what this mounts to. Because if there's a pressure point here, and here, and here, and here, and then there's no other pegs that it's resting on, I feel like when you're just pressing down on this constantly, you run the risk of potentially snapping the board or loosening the solder connections for the controller. Which, yeah, everybody's concerned about drift, but if there's just this habitual problem where you're pushing in to click, which I assume these are thumbsticks that have a center button click in them. I'm not sure if we've guaranteed that to even be the case. Yeah, if they just start needing to be replaced all the time, that would kind of suck. I thought about, by the way, doing a full, let's just reload this page, a full live stream of me shopping. I did not shop that much to justify that, and so I chose against it. If anything, these live streams should be the point where we talk about sales and talk about things that are happening that are a little bit weird. So you can see, like, my points balance here, I have 34,641 points. That's really a ton of points. And then you could spend some to certainly get some Halloween sale items. These are the difference between getting actual in-game currency, because clearly what they want to do is get rid of the idea of any of the trading cards or stickers or items having any real-world value, and get rid of the idea of the Steam market. And then you have like these stickers that, I believe these stickers are one-time use things. It's kind of an antiquated idea even, as far as just having stickers as a thing. That was something that they would sell in the real world, stickers for sticker books for people slightly older than me and people in my age, and you'd buy them in like packs, like trading card packs, blind boxes, loot boxes. Those are the kind of things that shouldn't be brought into the digital age, because they were pretty abusive and ridiculous in the first place. And then, yeah, you just have a lot of game things here that, as far as featured items. And I haven't been playing Lego Pirates of the Caribbean enough. I need to finish that game. And a lot of this stuff, as far as backgrounds and things, would have been things you would have gotten for free for creating the badges, and you probably still would get for free for getting a complete pack of trading cards, but they're trying to get rid of the trading cards and the idea of making badges with the trading cards. The only thing they haven't done so far is taken the step to get rid of badges as being a way to level up your profile, as being a way to have more friends, which having friends on Steam is kind of pointless. We can see that some of the most popular items here is this fake hostel background, which is just a big boobed anime girl. Otherwise you have kind of spooky, almost psychedelic imagery. But yeah, there's really not a lot here. Another anime game. Yeah, I imagine it is the anime fans that, with the movement of anime girls, that would be most interested in decorating their profiles with this kind of stuff, if anybody. Like, there really isn't a lot otherwise, and it's all It's all fairly generic because it kind of has to be fairly generic, to particularly with like the animated profile frames, because it's just going to be covering up the edges of your avatar, and if you don't have a default avatar, then you might want something like this or something like that, depending on your taste. But there's just not a lot here, certainly. You can see that the lewd ones are going to fairly quickly overtake the popular item list. And meme ones and just kind of joke ones are going to fairly quickly take over. Which, that's fine by me. Certainly, I'm not complaining about it. It just shows that there's not a lot there. Giving somebody something that is pre-made to represent them or their personality is for people who aren't that, for the average person, people who aren't going to spend that much time on it, aren't going to be particularly creative. I kind of like this one because it is cartoony animated, but it's not going for just immediate lewdness. But yeah, I could also see just if these were not stickers but profile images, I would definitely recommend not buying stickers since they have a limited number of uses. And then, yeah. There's really no motivation though to do any of these. Chat effects, I believe, also have a limited number of uses. And I'm never in chat, so emoticons makes no sense either. So, yeah. There's very little reason to... There's like 9 pages. Or 9 things from just that game. That Lays game. Yeah, if you specifically... or just a huge fan of something like Portal 2, which I'm a pretty big fan of Portal 2, and you did want an avatar. Honestly though, you should probably do this just once, and that's it. It's like, pick one avatar, stick with it for the rest of your life. But you still can totally just upload your own images as avatars too, so there really isn't a great reason to take an avatar unless it's an animated avatar. I don't know if you can upload animated I don't know if you can upload animated GIFs though. I think I bought this profile background because they were promoting the point shop and would give you back the 500 points if you bought a profile background. So I just picked that one at random. But yeah, there definitely is a point where none of this really should be the way you decorate your profile though. Unless you just play one game. If you're just a Call of Duty player and that's all you play, then it makes sense to have your profile all about Call of Duty. But even as a big fan of Portal and Portal 2, I wouldn't decorate my profile with all Portal stuff. I'm playing all kinds of different games all the time. It's totally not worth it to pigeonhole yourself down that direction. Like, I really like Borderlands. I wouldn't decorate my profile as Borderlands. And your Steam profile is kind of just like the least important thing ever. So, what is this game? Terraria. I guess I missed have played Terraria for half a second. I don't even think I spotlighted it. Yeah. Binding of Isaac. Profiles. Yeah. just scrolling down here, yeah, there's not a lot. There's a lot of news today, though, so we probably should not just continue scrolling down here. Let's just see what my profile looks like. Yeah. Just for comparison's sake. My profile is particularly dull, but my avatar is my own logo. I'm a level 117, which means I could friend a lot of people. I just have a generic black background, which oddly there's some green here and oddly there's some blue texture here. I imagine the generic black background here is just because of the zoom, and that normally these black bars on the side would be missing. Let's see. I don't know if this information is right. Nope, this is my old computer setup, so this information is wrong, and I probably won't even bother to change it. I don't even think I'm promoting Tumblr anymore. I think it probably still works, but nobody's using Tumblr. Google Plus is wrong. That doesn't work anymore. So I haven't updated a lot of this information as far as the social links. And then I just have a whole bunch of more important information than decorations. 1,307 games owned, which in comparison to the wish list is basically a third or slightly less than a third of the games I'd like to own. And in reality, I kind of feel fine. 5,000 achievements, 70 perfect games in that I got all the achievements. 59% average game completion ratio, which is to say I got all the achievements in those games, or the average amount of achievements I get in a game. I really only have 15 people that have ever friended me, and some of these very possibly are people that have long since stopped playing on Steam, really. Whole bunch of badges, 189 badges and 382 cards when they were promoting that. And then here's my review showcase of jokingly reviewing time clickers every year. Because I have 23,027 hours in it. Although in fairness, I stopped playing this, so this hour count is not going to go up. And I was just letting this run in the background. I did not actually play it for more than a couple hours. I made this group, but never did anything with it. So no reason to follow that. The Steam Summer Sale of 2018 was probably the last time they even had a game worth mentioning. And yeah. Then somebody's put some comments that I probably should go back and delete these comments, but there's really no reason to. But yeah, you can see your profile is not much. People don't look at your profile and do anything with it. It's hardly like people are going to my profile on Steam and then clicking on my YouTube channel, where that's where much more of the effort should be put. And so then that just leaves us, as we wrap up, with what did I actually put in the shopping cart. I already own Bear With Me, so this new The Lost Robots prequel for 99 cents makes sense. Judge Dredd is not a good game. It's an old game from 1995, but it's at its cheapest price at 89 cents, and it's somewhat relevant. There are other Judge Dredd games. Here you have a cheap hand-painted horror game called Now You See Me for 49 cents. A cheap visual novel murder mystery game called Murder Most Misfortunate for 49 cents. Polybridge for 99 cents, so that's cheap. Now, if I get the Dead Rising triple pack, I get a much better discount, and that puts 3 of the Dead Rising games, Dead Rising 1, 2, and Off the Record, for less than $5. And knowing that this is a Capcom game, that price is probably not going to get any cheaper. The Suicide of Rachel Forrest at $3.59 is worth it. Camp W looks like it's worth it for 99 cents. Now this game is kind of old and it didn't have any like sequels or anything, so it is just going to be one of those games that I cover as kind of a filler in between longer running series of games or more relevant games. The Daedalic Artist Selection Bundle includes the Whispered World Special Edition, Silence, and Candle, which is 3 Daedalic point-and-click adventure games for $1.65. That's a good idea. I want to get the Stern 1 pack for Pinball Arcade because that's like the last few pinball tables I didn't have, I think. Or a couple of them at least. I'd like to get Stasis for $1.99. And then the big choice, and this would be probably the biggest sticking point, is to get just the Worms collection. I could certainly get a couple of the Worms games and try and not spend $37.74 on the entire collection of Worms games, of which I would almost certainly mostly just do a spotlight on and do nothing more with. It's kind of ridiculous to try and play Worms as a single player. Like, I think you can do it, but that's really not how the Worms games are designed to be played. Owning the Worms collection also eliminates any need to ever cover any game that is a Worms clone. Shadow of the Tomb Raider for $13.05 makes sense for the definitive edition because that lets me finish the Tomb Raider reboot series, and it's probably not going down a few more dollars. So overall, that leaves me at $79.76 as far as what I decided. Now, there was a lot more in the shopping cart originally, and I just started making the hard decisions and removing it. And I could certainly make some harder decisions if I needed to get it below $75. It would get more difficult if you wanted to get it down to $50. You could eliminate the Worms collection immediately, and then it would be basically $39. But yeah, you're not getting points, so this is just, for me, a shopping cart or a trip to the shop to maintain the backlog and have more variety and options, which I always want to have variety and options. I don't know if there's a good justification for having variety and options as far as games. Like, in a lot of ways, I would say owning some games on my Steam account, on this Steam account in particular, is more of a case of just trying to rebuy things I already owned and put it all in one more consistent place. I don't do a ton of that, but that does happen. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing here. But yeah, that is
I shall clear us a path.
Light of courage will pierce the darkness. You can count on me, Alicia.
I fight in the shadows.
Yep. Again, if people want to support me on Patreon, if people want to friend me on Steam and gift me a game or gift me a gift card, those are probably the best one-time ways of even like ignoring Patreon. Even like just friending me on Steam and gifting me a game is a great way to not pay a lot of money to Patreon or YouTube, for pay any money to Patreon or YouTube for, and still friend me and support me.
This time, maybe.
And that's a one-time thing. If you gifted a gift card, which I'm fairly certain you can do, or if
You're
you
not strong enough.
gifted a game, which I definitely know you could do.
They've broken through our ranks.
So let's start going through the video game news. Apparently Monolith has come out to say that please be advised all official correspondence by WB recruiters will come from well, let's just show it, at lith.com, at warnerbrothers.com, or at wbgames.com domains.
You can count
So
on me,
clearly
Alicia.
there's been some fakers out there pretending to be recruiters when they weren't.
Lightning storm. Keep fighting.
The ordained hour has arrived.
My bolts are too fast.
There is
I'll fry you to a crisp.
an obvious problem
They've
with
broken through our ranks.
using the @ sign in Twitter, because now people think that, like, here's at Lith, Lith account suspended. At Warner Brothers takes you to Warner Brothers, and at WB Games takes you to WB Games. So 1 out of 3 people that they've clicked on Lith, which that's a 4-character account. Somebody should own that instead of the account being suspended. That's why it's really important to know in what forum you're discussing and how to discuss in that forum. Since today is Friday, we'll leave some games from Monday,
Dazzling victory awaits.
but there's quite a lot of news. If anything, it's funny because it's like, no, the news had happened by the time I was done streaming on Wednesday, and then all the news came out in the meantime. And see, I'm going through my Twitter feed here. Just trying to double check that there hasn't been a whole bunch of news in the original hour here that I've been talking. I don't even understand what's being said in this tweet. So I'm looking at this Susan Wojcicki tweet, and the part about being a CEO is that you have to be good at communicating, and she's got this retweet here. Will always be a safe haven for Arrakis. Now Arrakis, I believe, is something from Dune, and I could see a lot of people being I know a lot of people are hyped on the new Dune movie, or at least a lot of mainstream media people are trying to hype it. Honestly, I think it's probably going to get mediocre reception, considering how it's a fairly niche a niche genre in the first place, a hard sci-fi book. And the retweet here is just YouTube putting IYKYK and then somebody holding a controller facing outward in kind of a weird way. I don't know if this is some kind of finger placement that is like kind of like a gang sign or something. I have no idea. But yeah. What you would want to do here is you would want to put at least hashtag Dune, and you would probably want to do hashtag Dune here because none of this makes any sense at all. And just looking at it from the outside, what I initially assumed here, and maybe that my initial assumption should be the right assumption, is that there is just this Arrakis YouTuber who's being who's being potentially harassed, and
Maybe, just maybe, this magic will help.
And they're trying to say we'll stand behind this specific YouTuber. But that can't really be the case because it says safe haven from Arrakis. And see, this might be a quote from Dune, but I'm not familiar enough with Dune to be able to tell you that. I have no clue what they're talking about.
Sugar's the best cure for the blues, you know.
And when you're the CEO of YouTube and you are posting things that
My blade is your
that
salvation.
make no sense, then
I believe the sweet
that
shall
questions
inherit
the sanity of the CEO of YouTube, which I haven't had to question her sanity so far. I've only had to question her capability and interest in doing her job correctly. At least this tweet makes sense. A big thanks to the @YouTube gaming community, creator community. We appreciate all your feedback and we're excited to continue incorporating it in our product roadmap. 2022 is going to be an exciting year for gaming on YouTube. Yeah, they say that, but I don't believe it. Here Ryan Watt is the guy in charge of the head of gaming, who is probably the black sheep of YouTube as far as different subcategories of YouTube. Gifted memberships, improved live discoverability and live monetization, that'd probably be nice. Expanding on clips, making it seamless with shorts, and new mod tools and more. Which YouTube constantly tries to add new features without really polishing or fixing the old features, so
A revelation.
I don't have a lot of hope that new features would be that useful or that they would ever get any better. Like, it means nothing to me if you put a new bell on a car that dings when you like open the door. Like, that's not adding that feature is pretty useless.
Vested in me.
It's funny, Susan Wojcicki here has tweeted like 3 times in a row. This one with Kermit the Frog. I knew YouTube was doing this Kermit the Frog Earth Day thing, celebration, but it seemed like most people didn't even notice that it was happening. But it's weird to see her tweet at all, considering how she usually tweets like once every 2 or 3 weeks, and usually it's not even YouTube related, or half the time it's not even YouTube related. Let's see. Let's keep on playing.
I watch over the course of history for the sake of the future.
So I've now pinned the tab here as far as the Steam sales. So if you miss out on the Halloween sale completely, the November sale is 6 days long, November 24th to 30th. And the winter sale is, well, quite longer. That's nearly 2 weeks. Let's see. 14 days long. Yeah, 2 weeks. So if I was to guess anything, the big sale is probably in November, and the winter sale is going to be longer but have less really of value. It very possibly will just be a rehash of what the it very possibly will just be a rehash of what the November sales are.
Blessed is the promised day.
Intention and ambition reveal
Well, let's see. If
thyself.
I could hit this character for 9, I might be able to win here. But I shouldn't really even hope. Okay. You might be in a bit of a weird position today with Steam games, since I had the ad blocker turned off for the Steam sale. So the trade-off for the screen not going around in circles though is now on Steam. When I click on a video, I have uBlock Origin just blocking the video, so no more videos, which is fine honestly, because in most cases when I would click on a video to watch on it, there was always that fear in the back of my head that a game not too far off from this game, White Flower, which is just anime girls and jigsaw puzzles, if this was a lewd game, there was always that fear that I'd click on the video and then there would just be anime boob, anime nipples, anime boobs right on the screen. And there have been 4 or 5 games that that's the case, where the video is just there. So that gets rid of anybody putting trailer videos on YouTube. Now that means I can now only evaluate a game based on the screenshots. Or I have to turn off uBlock Origin for the page, reload it, and then I can watch how it actually plays. And so I may very quickly find that it's not really worth it for that. It's an inelegant solution, to say the least. What I was really looking for, and I couldn't find it, was an extension that would just let me flip all videos. Anything that was a video, just flip the image, mirror it, or blur it. Blurring is less ideal. I'd like it just to be flipped without flipping the whole screen. I don't know if there's anything else. The thing here is in particular because it's already in a frame, so the YouTube detection algorithm, content ID algorithm, is already going crazy. Because if I'm showing you this web peak and there's text scrolling at the top that's new, and there's video game footage over here in the corner that's new, and there's backgrounds, and there's all kinds of content around here that's new. And still it's able to just crop into this square and say, nope, we see a trailer playing in this square. You can basically assume that the Content ID algorithm is just scanning every single pixel of every single frame, wasting a lot of processing power. I mean, they complain about cryptocurrency miners wasting electricity, but let's really run an audit on how much power YouTube is wasting with Content ID. Regardless, White Flower is not making it to the follow list. But yeah, for the most part, all these games we talk about today are going to be like this, where I don't have uBlock Origin enabled, so I still would be able to, in these cases, watch the video, and in 99% of the time, watching the video is perfectly fine. This game, Corpse Mansion, is an early access survival horror game of no interest. $9.59, English only.
Do you know about Star's power? Sparkly stars!
So the next thing we have is from Video Games Chronicles, so it's not Steam.
Become a worthy knight.
And the trade-off there, here, this is the November Xbox Live games with gold. Titles have been announced. So it is... What is it? Moving Out, Kingdom, 2 Crowns, which I don't even see listed here. Rocket Knight, which is this one, which I've never heard of. And then Lego Batman 2 DC Superheroes for free. All for free. This one says Deadlands, though. I can see a game here named Deadlands. The way Video Games Chronicles does this is pretty bad. It's not Kingdom 2 Crowns. So, as far as videos in this case, this is not a YouTube player. Or if it is some kind of a crazy reskinned YouTube player where they're bouncing a video through YouTube and then putting a theme over it. Even though this does click to a YouTube page. So I have one of two choices here. Either I don't click play on these things. Yeah, this Deadlands is not apparently being mentioned. I either don't click play here, which this is kind of a great video where you can click play, because the chance that YouTube that Microsoft is going to claim this video is fairly low, and even if Konami tried to claim the footage in this video, well, now see, that's the problem though, is that Konami could claim the footage for just this trailer, or Warner Brothers could try and claim the video footage for just this Batman footage, which Warner Brothers does. Like, I'd say about half of my Lego games are claimed by Warner Brothers. So yeah, I could either just click no on this, or I could use ad blocker to just remove this, and then the page would just be text. It's a little heavy-handed to click the ad blocker. The auto-playing issue is kind of only a problem on Steam too. Bit of news here. Marvel and Skydance Media have joined forces to create an all-new interactive title. So, yep, yet another Marvel game announcement. Here we have Louder Than Words, the story of a field trip, which looks like it is just a visual novel of no real interest. $3.99 English only. Obviously no. Here we have Soka Ramp, which looks like it's a Sokoban box pushing game of no interest. $1.99 English only. GameDeveloper.com talking about this a little bit in a more familiar format. Let's keep on failing at the arena, which is all I ever do, really. This is going to be headed by Amy Hennig. Now, I recognize the name Amy Hennig. I don't remember who she is, though. Like this
The world called, and I
Skydance New Media
Fighting and despair, all you know?
was formed in November of 2019, and I kind of want to feel like Amy Hennig was the lady that kept getting screwed for one reason or another. Let's check her Wikipedia. In that she was put in charge of a couple of projects, and then those projects kept falling apart, and she kept leaving the companies. Like wrote Soul Reaver 2, Legacy of Kain, Defiance. I'm not sure if those are the best Soul Reaver games. Let's see. Directed Uncharted, Uncharted 4, Uncharted 3, Uncharted 4. Yeah, she was the one that was working on the Visceral games. She joined Visceral Games on Project Ragtag, a Star Wars game. It was delayed and moved to another studio to allow for significant change. And so they basically took her off the project. So she also left Naughty Dog in 2014. She started Uncharted 4. She didn't potentially finish it. So her last successful thing would have been 2011, nearly 10 years ago, Uncharted 3: Drake's Deception. And yeah, you don't even have to get into any like politics or controversies or anything really to see she's not been effective at finishing a project in quite a while. I think she probably is a decent writer, and maybe she has been promoted to the level of incompetence. It's kind of funny, she was an artist at the beginning of her her work, and then jumped over to writer. It's not like these games, though, particularly are known for writing or being particularly creative, even. So she's not like a hard hitter.
Stay still.
I think Sony probably supported her more than Electronic Arts or Electronic Arts probably did. She was a story consultant on Uncharted Golden Abyss in 2011. She was the writer for Battlefield Hardline in 2015. So maybe 6 years is a better statement as far as her being effective. And see, it would be kind of unfair for me to do the next thing I'm gonna do and just type in controversy into Google, which is not even. Yeah, the first thing that comes out is the story of her being forced out of Naughty Dog, which is believable. And then there's like a VentureBeat
Welcome to the Holy Gun Show.
article with her. Yeah, if anything, I would say just scrolling through a Google search with the word controversy and Amy Hennig, it seems like she is definitely more the victim than the victimizer in any controversy. And I don't mean even in the case that she plays the victim, but just a general evaluation of her ability to get things done. It does not look good. And this is one of those cases where you very well should be very careful to leave jobs fairly quickly if you're not getting something that you can put on your resume that would show that you're actually accomplishing things. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, most people aren't going to look too much in the project field of most resumes, but particularly in the video game industry, yes, you need to be able to say, I worked on this game, I brought this game to completion, I didn't quit halfway, I didn't get fired halfway. Particularly when she is at such a high level. Like, because you look at her history most recently, and it's just a history of cancellations and failures, regardless of whether that's her fault or not. It's very possible that she just cannot fight with people to keep the projects alive and moving moving forward.
Oh, so I lost, huh?
Yeah.
My hands are tied. It'll work this time, maybe.
Let's go and see if we can
The ordained hour.
turn things around here.
Ready? Here goes. How about this spell?
Bop and roll.
Keep working toward a brighter future.
If you look at the other end of this, and really I'm talking a lot about what is basically just the beginning of an announcement, Marvel is really partnering with Skydance New Media, so Amy Hennig could potentially be kicked out again, and still Skydance New Media could make a Marvel game. And if you look from the other perspective of Marvel themselves, Marvel is fairly happy and trying to
I
be
know it.
fairly progressive left SJWE, so this new Marvel project could be
You were done
Marvel Girls or Miss Marvel, or one of the
to grief
female
anyway.
characters that Marvel tried to shove down people's throats in the cinematic universe, and the Marvel movies in particular were not well received, and I think that's mostly because the character was just badly written and probably a little bit badly acted and definitely badly promoted. But Marvel has also done a terrible job with Black Widow and as a character, and Scarlet Witch potentially has some future to become better as a character, but I'm not sure I 100% believe that they will
Maybe, just
reach
maybe,
that
this magic will help.
potentiality.
Bop and roll.
No!
So yeah. You also run into the generic problem of Marvel games at this point. Like there's going to be a glut, too many Marvel games coming out in the next 3 to 6 years if they aren't just looking to a long haul development and release of games. We've already seen some comic book movies, comic book games come and fail, and consistently I think there will just always be comic book things that comic book games that are made that will come out and fail, and that is just going to be the standard method of operating. And I think that is also in line with the cinematic universe itself, is that there will be movies that just come out and barely make their money back, but they maintain the momentum and they maintain the universe, and people just need the stinkers to make the great ones look good. They can't all be winners, is my general thought as to how they should be running their business. Here we have a game on Steam called Summoner's Mess, which looks like it's kind of a top-down exploration game. Like, see, this is an example where, yeah, I kind of would need to see what the game is and how it plays to even give it a chance. Yeah, it looks like there's basically nothing you do. You just wander around. $2.69 English, Spain, Spanish. And so that is definitely one tick in the idea of not bothering to have the ad blocker block the videos and just run the risk. Really is just Capcom and Konami people that make those content ID claims. Guess I have to just end here. It is, the Skydance Marvel game is going to be an action adventure game, if that changes anything. Here we have a Microsoft blog. Microsoft has acquired 2Hat to collaborate on online safety and digital wellness solutions for their online communities. I think particularly that you would be leaning towards the Xbox improvement there. I would say more than more than anything else.
Welcome to the Holy Gun Show.
Let's see if I use uBlock Origin here to get rid of. Let's see, social footer, and then a couple more of these boxes. Footer area. There we go. That then cleans that up quite a bit in case we ever have any other articles from here. And then I can use nope, the other margins plugin won't work. Like, probably zoom in on this. or zoom out of this. I bet there's probably something still that is a invisible line that is bringing it to this margin on the side.
No! Spell looks so sweet, you'll get cavities.
Yeah. There you go. Zoom that up to 175%, and then all of a sudden it's really big, but it's better looking that way. And let's see. Wow. Didn't realize I zoomed that in too. And then if we start to put in the center some margins and then bring back some margins, we can potentially scale it down to a much more reasonable image. Better or worse? Yeah. And arguably I may never even use. Let's see. A whole bunch of spells. Hmm. 8 damage to enemy follower.
Lightning storm. My hands are tied.
Destroy a follower.
Honey glazed. Sweet enough for
No!
you? Stop!
Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Echo Stasis, which looks like nothing of interest. It is coming soon, so we don't even really need to talk about it. Well, I did something. Well, I got one daily quest done. Then if we could just get unranked victories with Runecraft or Havencraft, that would get the rest of the things done after this game. Let's see. Video Game Chronicles says Metroid Dread now has a demo on the Switch eShop. Kind of ridiculous that it didn't have a demo a couple days before. I also saw a YouTube video talking about how Metroid Dread has a lot of one-way switches and other tricks that it does in the game to make it a lot easier to play the game so you don't get lost. Kind of in a step away from what in the past has been traditional Metroidvania games. While it does at first glance feel like you could go anywhere and do anything and you could totally get lost not knowing where to go or what item you need to collect. They've actually done a lot of trickery there where you actually will just naturally run into the place you're supposed to go. Which I haven't heard anybody complain about Metroid Dread being too short. So that may be the future for Metroidvania games, is no longer having that grindy element in it that is specifically there just to kind of make the game feel longer. Metroid Dread also being a highly polished Metroidvania game, probably didn't need to lengthen the time out, and I think Mercury Steam recognized that when they were making it for Nintendo. But even a non-highly polished game that was more just flat 2D animation should realize that they don't need to stretch their time out. Like, it would be probably a decade before anybody's made a legitimate argument that Metroidvania games have gotten too short. Castlevania games in particular have always been fairly long in that they have like this halfway point in which everything resets, and then you have to run around the upside down version of the map or something like that. Yep. Let's see. Moving on. Video Games Chronicle says the PlayStation reports another record quarter with 13.4 million PS5 sold, and yet there's still a ton of people that are trying to find one. And here we have a picture of the dad of war. At least his nipples are covered in this one. It's always so weird too, seeing these like runic tattoos on the sun. I'm just gonna like that probably is a major pain area to potentially tattoo somebody. Like that is, and it's kind of a terrible area to put a tattoo too, because who's gonna see this basically neck tattoo, which honestly is not too far away from a carotid artery, where you could stab somebody and they bleed to death or blood poisoning. But yeah, you looking in a mirror or reflection really couldn't see this tattoo, so it's not for the person who's tattooed. And most people who are looking at you would be looking at you face on, really aren't going to be able to see this tattoo. I mean, it's slightly not as bad as like a tramp stamp or something where you're just going to have to actively encourage people to look at your butt crack to see a tramp stamp, but it's definitely also not something like an arm or a hand tattoo where you can see it yourself and you can show it to people. Of course, that's not to say that people are logical when choosing what kind and where to place a tattoo. That is definitely the opposite of the truth. I'm kind of rambling at this point though, and we have a lot of news, so let's move forward. Resident Evil Village has shipped 5 million copies faster than the previous 4 games. Which, yeah, Village, like, I kind of have even forgotten the Village has come out because I'm still trying to play Resident Evil 7 and trying to get around to owning it and finding time to play it. Honestly, I'm still trying to find time to play Resident Evil 4. So, yeah, I'm very far behind as far as the Resident Evil series. The good point there is, if you're not playing them day one, that they're just as relevant years later as they are the day they came out.
Spell looks so sweet, you'll get cavities.
Let's see. The Call of Duty Warzone's new Pacific map, Caldera, has a release date. Let's see. When is this release date?
The path ends here.
Well, read this article if you want to find the release date. I'm not even going to bother to try and read it myself. And the only real announcement for the Tomb Raider 25th anniversary was that the port spin-offs of Guardian of Light and Temple of Osiris are coming to Switch, which is basically the bare minimum Square Enix could do to support the 25th anniversary for Lara Croft. They definitely aren't doing much. They can pretend like they're celebrating all they want. And it's kind of important. I think both Guardian of Light and Temple of Osiris are kind of two-player co-op games that can be played first with just one player. So you have kind of this unique, weird second character added, particularly in Temple of Osiris. But I think also in Guardian of Light. And those characters disappear after their respective stories. But it does kind of make an argument, and this is a very Japanese mentality, I would assume, that's happening in Square Enix, that they just don't believe that Lara Croft alone can sell a game. That being said, Lara Croft Go does have just Lara Croft playing. Let's see. We'll try this tournament spell deck here, but I think we'll probably skip over to Havencraft fairly quickly. Yeah, I don't think that, particularly in making Temple of Light and Guardian of Light, Temple of Osiris is actually the names.
The world called.
I know it felt like they couldn't sell a game with Lara Croft alone. And this is the older school Lara Croft in a different art style. It's a fine art style, certainly. You've got the two guns, you've got the gloves, that's it. You've got the hair, it's kind of messy here. If anything, I'd say this character is a little dirtier than I think most people would want to see, and a little darker. There's just a lot of shadow on her. The boobs aren't ridiculous polygonal things, but the tank top is fine, the hot pants are fine. As this was, both of these games were zoomed out fairly far, so the actual character in the game doesn't even really look much like this promotional art. The puzzling aspects in particular for these games are definitely what are missing from the Tomb Raider reboot stuff. Arguably there's maybe too much puzzling in these games, and had they made it made a happy middle between the AAA reboot and these kinds of games, that would be nice. 1 to 4 players, interesting. I guess I had forgotten about that. Yeah, I think you basically need 2 players. The boss fights were pretty bad, if I vaguely recall them. But yeah, there's definitely some questions that should be asked here. In that, can you really play with 4 players on the Switch? Because that would be interesting. There aren't a lot of there aren't a lot of 4-player games available on the Switch. It also says, as part of the same announcement, Square Enix revealed that next year's mobile title, Tomb Raider Reloaded, will let players choose between which Lara Croft voice actor from the series history to play the game with, which that can either be Shelley Bond from Tomb Raider 1, Judith Gibbons from Tomb Raider 2 or 3, Jonelle Elliott, Tomb Raider 4 through 6, Kaylee Hawes, Tomb Raider 7 through 9, which you almost certainly, that's paid DLC. And on top of that, it must be a ridiculous amount, a ridiculously short amount of of dialogue in the game to begin with. Like, there's really no reason why Square Enix would pay each of these voice actors to do lines, unless they're just desperate to keep them, all the voice actors, happy. This is kind of shocking, but not super shocking, considering that Sony PlayStation is now being run out of California. Sony has now formed a PlayStation PC label for its PC games push. The label registration is seemingly another sign that PlayStation intends to take PC seriously. I think PlayStation, Sony Interactive Entertainment of California, is trying to set themselves up at some point to not even be really affiliated with the PlayStation brand. I think there is definitely questions to whether we see a PlayStation 7. I think we very likely will see a PlayStation 6, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are taking steps to just being a PC publisher that makes a lot more money publishing on PC and doesn't have to go through the research and development of making a console, doesn't have to lose money on the sales of the console, doesn't have to potentially have shortages like the PlayStation 5 has. If PlayStation in particular is not trying to push movie on Blu-rays and hardware, and not trying to sell Sony Bravia TVs per se, there's a lot of, I imagine, background communication that happens with other departments of Sony that justified or pushed the idea of Sony having a console. If the tides have changed and they can now just focus on saying, hey, we want to make as much profit as possible selling games, being a publisher is the way to go. Same is probably true for Microsoft too. If Microsoft could just shift everybody to PC and stop making consoles, that would be, they'd probably do it too. I just don't see a situation though where consoles will completely disappear. If anything, they painted themselves in a corner because they've gotten into this Cold War of making more and more powerful consoles, and at this point they're barely doing anything different than just making a PC that is in a unique packaging.
Open your ears. Justice himself. You might die from this.
So I guess if the Steam Deck came out and the Steam Deck just became the de facto console, or a Steam Deck 2 came out and it was the de facto console, I wouldn't. There would be enough competition between like Nintendo, whatever Nintendo did, the Switch 2.
Questioning God's design is meaningless.
The real question is, will the Steam Deck ever potentially be on shelves next to a Switch?
Neither heaven nor earth shall be your
Until
refuge.
that happens,
I'm out of cash. Well then.
yeah, it'll be a long time until something like that happens, though.
Blessed is the promised day.
I'll make your taste buds quiver.
Let's try this new style.
Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says the Tony Hawk developer Vicarious Visions will, quote, lose its name following a Blizzard move. The veteran studio will reportedly drop its identity as it becomes a support team, which in all fairness, I suspect that it has long since lost its identity, and the second it became part of a merger with Blizzard, that was likely to happen. Now, what I would be not surprised is if Vicarious Visions as a name is the new name of Blizzard, and they dropped the Blizzard because there's just so much controversy right now around Activision Blizzard as a company that if the Blizzard subsidiary there became Vicarious Visions, then maybe they could try and do that. That'd be a very shallow, ridiculous attempt, certainly, but that's what Activision Blizzard has been doing, is kind of very shallow, ridiculous attempts. So, yeah.
An expensive business.
A full frontal attack?
I definitely wouldn't be surprised if that's how this goes.
Well then.
Cover one LF evolution. I don't think I can.
Lightning storm. Feel free to call on me again.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna lose here. Yep.
The path ends here.
Let's see. Video Games Chronicle says PlayStation reveals its workforce has grown by 20% and says it plans to aggressively invest. Recent acquisitions include Housemarque, Nixie's, Firesprite, and Bluepoint. So, by acquiring 4 companies, they've increased their workforce by 20%. They have not been really hiring people, which that is kind of a sad statement on how to get ahead or how to get a job in the video game industry. It's simply already have a job in the video game industry and be acquired as a company. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else to say there. I suppose it makes an argument that if you were a small indie developer of games, if you have any success, it is probably the right move to then take your indie success, establish a new company, and then just aggressively from day one plan on that company being acquired for a big payout, which really highlights the ridiculousness of capitalism. It's like, no, we're not actually here to make a product that's good. That's just secondary. We're here to actually just establish a company so some other company can acquire us. So we're selling ourselves and prostituting the company instead of selling a product. Which, yeah, if you're one of the people that believes prostitution should be illegal, acquisition, I think, in a lot of ways should be legal. Although, arguably, you're not prostituting your company as much as you are marrying the company off. So, I guess the better way to phrase it is, if you believe arranged marriages should not be legal and selling off your daughters to other companies, then I don't know if there's much of a difference as far as business acquisitions and selling off your company is. On the other hand, a lot of companies either are on the verge of going out of business or getting acquired, and so maybe it's better that they get acquired instead of going out of business. Moving on, Video Game Chronicles says Bobby Kotick claims he'll take minimum wage until Activision Blizzard discrimination targets are met. This is a reduction of my overall compensation, not just my salary. That doesn't mean as much, honestly, as it should. Bobby Kotick has been one of the most overpaid CEOs in the United States for many, many years, and he's got plenty of stocks that he can live off. He's definitely a millionaire, if not a billionaire. So him saying the goals that I approve and make have to be met, and the goals that I can say we've met, even if we really haven't, determines my own salary that I pay myself and my own compensation, is really just a very weak attempt at virtue signaling. I don't think you can call it anything else than that. It would be much more realistic for him to say, I'm donating $1 million to this charity. So something is actually coming out of his pocket. On top of that, you could say, I'm going to work for free if you're going to say minimum wage. Why take minimum wage at that point? Why not just say free? It's basically the same thing to a millionaire.
Don't worry, I've got this. My arrows don't waver.
So that's kind of ridiculous, really. The only reason he would say minimum wage is because he's manipulating his taxes in some way. Otherwise, you'd just say I work for free. Yeah, it's definitely not anywhere as virtuous as he's trying to make it seem.
Wins! Here I go!
It's also worth mentioning that there has been significant shareholder pushback year after year around how much Bobby Kotick has been paid. So this is a way in which they can try and avoid people complaining about this at the shareholders meetings for a few months or years. So it is really self-serving. Moving on, Video Game Chronicles says the Banner Saga studio is reportedly making an Xbox exclusive codenamed Project Belfry. Which, yeah. I don't know if the Banner Saga ever really got popular enough. I also want to say, I think I heard on the Giant Bomb, I could be wrong about this, I think the Jeff Gerstmann, main guy of Giant Bomb, or at least he was in charge of Giant Bomb, I guess he technically still is, saying that he uninstalled Psychonauts 2 and only played a couple hours of it. So keep it, if that's accurate, I'd say keep an ear out for any Game of the Year discussions where he tries to say Psychonauts 2 is this great game. He didn't even finish it. And it doesn't even matter about the Game of the Year discussions. It just once again highlights how mainstream video game journalists just don't play the video games. Just straight up only play a couple hours, only play those introductory couple hours to write a review, and then that's it. Now, maybe Jeff Gerstmann didn't write the review on Psychonauts 2 for Giant Bomb, but it almost doesn't matter in my book. Like, if you're gonna play a game, you should finish a game. If you are not finishing video games habitually, if you're not finishing most of the games you're playing, you're not a video gamer. I don't know what you are at that point. You're some kind of ADD, ADHD rattled person that just tries things and lives it up. And sure, if you don't like something, stop. I've rage quit. Everybody rage quits. But if you can't complete most of the games you're playing, you're not a gamer in my book. And I hate to use the phrase, you're not a gamer, but you really aren't. Like, I'm not a book reader. I don't read books. I don't start books. I have hilariously tried to read comic books, which is significantly less words, and it's taken me like over a year to read like Why the Last Man and Ex Machina, and I still haven't finished those books. I just never have time for it. I never have interest in it, in particularly in regular books, let alone even comic books. I can say, as far as comic books, I liked the Sandman series, I liked the Watchmen series, and basically nothing else. That there were some decent Swamp Thing comics in DC, in the New 52, and that was about it. Like, there's plenty of things everybody doesn't do, but what I don't, but the difference between me and Jeff Gersman is I don't pretend to be a book critic. I don't read the first chapter in books and then give opinions as if it's an informed opinion on that experience. Whereas Jeff Gersman is claiming to be a video game critic. I mean, he could, I suppose, make the argument he's just a manager, but then he shouldn't be on the Giant Bombcast at all.
I am the fallen leaf. Like a fallen leaf.
Yeah. And I know people don't have as much time as I do. And I know, sadly, it does seem like half of players don't finish games. But we can't encourage that. And we can't allow that to happen in professional critic field. Like, they're in the same way that people who play touch football and just play for like 20 minutes and don't play a full like game of football. I doubt very many people playing touch football or flag football actually go the same amount of time that an NFL game goes. But it would be completely unacceptable for an NFL football player to literally only play one quarter ever. Like, he plays the first quarter and then he sits out the other 3 quarters. Now I know they swap in players in and out, but particularly the quarterbacks, they play most of the game, if not all the game. Unless there's an injury. Like, I know you bring in kickers and stuff, but yeah, maybe that's a bad comparison. I don't know enough about professional football to really make that comparison, but it certainly doesn't feel right. Let me just leave it at that, and let's get back to the video game news. A VR version of GTA San Andreas is coming to Oculus Quest 2. I've also kind of heard that, I thought I heard that the Quest branding is going to probably go away, as Facebook's parent company, or Facebook itself, which was the name of the parent company of the Facebook properties, I believe, has now renamed itself to Meta, making a lot of broad aspirational announcements to creating a new 3D VR environment that is supposed to be something kind of like Second Life, I would guess, is the closest comparison. And working both in VR and augmented reality in the long run.
This is how you do fireworks.
Stop!
Right.
It looks like
Interesting, that did both 1 damage and 1 heal at the same time. Moving on, Assassin's Creed Infinity will not be a free-to-play game. Ubisoft has confirmed. Let's see, huge title from Ubisoft Montreal and Quebec Studios still in early development.
Acorns flying out of the woods.
Which, okay, that it's not going to be free to play. That doesn't mean anything whatsoever as far as, well, have DLC or microtransactions. Like, all you've confirmed is negative news in that announcement, so they're establishing expectations. I don't know how many people really would have thought that it was going to be a free-to-play Assassin's Creed game. If you were going to make a free-to-play Assassin's Creed game, it would almost have to be a mobile game, some kind of card-based gacha game where you're collecting more and more assassins. Maybe not card-based, but character-based, definitely. Alright, let's see if we can pull this off and... Draw 2 cards. Do that now, sure.
I'm already a proper lady, you know.
Let's see, Video Games Chronicles. Activision has acquired the studio to work on its new Call of Duty mobile game, which this mobile game looks like it's going to target more kids.
Go ahead and play for now, fairies. Play. Rot and ravage, dear forest.
Yeah. Looks like it's trying to be more fun, battle royale focused than kind of like serious. Not that I particularly know if the Call of Duty series is ever trying to be particularly serious. I have no idea. This is kind of interesting. Banjo-Kazooie's composer has released a full album of remixed music that Grant Kirkhope's Banjo-Kazooie Rejiggied is available to stream right now. I wonder if this is a case where he has a copyright to the composition and not the broadcast rights, which is a weird thing. But he may have the copyrights to the like sheet music effectively of it, and thus he can make a new performance of the songs without having to potentially negotiate with either Microsoft, Rare, or Nintendo, whoever potentially does own the rights to the original performances. And he may also have like remix rights as some kind of weird side rights, or it may be been nobody really cares. Like Banjo-Kazooie as a series is a series that I've totally missed out on, and I really don't I really don't think I would want to go very far there. It's on Spotify, so I imagine he's making some ad revenue there. I really would like to play the Banjo-Kazooie series if it ever came to PC. Let's see. Yeah, there seems to be about 10 things. Yeah, 10 songs here that you could listen to on Spotify. which I don't think I've ever listened to anything on Spotify as just not being a musically inclined person.
I pray that you will be freed from suffering.
Now we need to determine if Havencraft was the right thing to play as. Yes, it was. Good. Alright, good. We'll stick with Havencraft and hopefully get all of the daily quests done. Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity second expansion is out now. Guardian of Remembrance adds new story arcs, stages, and playable characters. I don't think too many people are particularly interested in Hyrule Warriors these days, though. Video Games Chronicle has a feature analysis why these Nintendo 64 games will likely never come to the Switch Online. Which, yeah, the list there is fairly obvious. GoldenEye 007 has an expired entertainment license, so you'd have to renegotiate it. Or you could try and reskin GoldenEye 007 into nobody would even recognize it or want to play it. It's hardly like this game controlled or played well, or even looks good. It looks downright awful. WWF No Mercy apparently has a disgraced roster member. Which one are they talking about there? Is it the one that killed his family? AEW controls, currently employs Chris Jericho, Billy Gunn, The Big Show, Christian, Mark Henry, and Matt Hardy. I think one of the other Hardy Boys died. That's a lot of people. I didn't realize AEW had so many people had swapped over to AEW. But I'm not paying attention to wrestling. The other one is Chris Benoit did the double murder suicide of his wife and son. So yeah, I think you could probably sneak this game out and not that many people would really care. You can see like a DX sign here. I don't know though if this is even a good game for the target audience of the Switch users. Like I think people that care about WWF No Mercy probably would just emulate it at this point or moved on. Clay Fighter 63 in the third says it has culturally inappropriate content. What's the problem there? Is it too rude? Fighter in question is Kung Pao, a Chinese martial artist who ticks every stereotype of the book and has awful mock English lines like, "Would you like soy rice with that?" No, I think you could probably sneak that one in too. But again, is this the target audience? Or would people who want to play Clay Fighter just play it through emulation? And inherently, that is the problem, is that any Nintendo 64 game is just better. The library is better, the options are better to emulate than it is to play it on the Switch. And if you were to take these ideas further and say these are games that are unlikely to be remastered and re-released on PC, like Steam, where it's much more open and wild on Steam, I would think you kind of have a high chance of those games not coming out as remasters or re-releases even on Steam, because they're just not particularly relevant games. And relevancy is always the key issue as far as I'm concerned, as far as why you would want to play a game or why they'd release a game. Ken Griffey Jr.'s Slugfest apparently is just because there's an expired athlete sponsorship. Yep. Every screenshot here, though, you can see, even though Clay Fighter was a different art style, it's incredibly low polygon. like, you'd want remasters. Doom 64 already has a remaster on the Switch, and that makes more sense. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater could easily get rid of licensed music or re-licensed music if it was that big of a deal. Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2 would need a peripheral to work properly. I think they're wrong here. I think Pokemon Stadium will either get remasters, so you don't need the peripheral to plug in the Game Boy cartridges. The transfer packs where you plugged in a Game Boy cartridge from the Pokemon games. I think you could see that work in some way, or just a full-on reboot of the Pokemon Stadium series that takes your Pokemon from other Pokemon save files through Pokemon Home, probably.
You're in good hands.
So yeah, maybe there's not any reason to bring back the old Pokemon Stadiums, but there's definitely reason to have something called Pokemon Stadium and have it happen. And arguably, I think that they're missing, like, if you're going to say controversial things for Clay Fighter 63 and the Third, then why not say the exact same thing with Conker's Bad Fur Day? If you're going to say disgraced people, there's probably a lot more wrestling games with disgraced people, or people who have moved on away from WWF, WWE now. Licenses have probably expired for a lot of games that people aren't thinking about, too. Almost all sports licenses and sponsorships have probably expired. If you start to really go down the list, there's probably 100 Nintendo 64 games you could list in this thought experiment that just didn't sell that well. It's like, yeah, here's 100 games from the Nintendo 64 lineup that didn't sell that well, so of course they're unlikely to come back as re-releases. And I think it's fairly obvious that Nintendo only sees the re-release of games as a way of promoting Nintendo more than anything else. So I wouldn't be surprised if it is very heavy on Nintendo and Nintendo only products at the end of the whole releases. Moving on, Video Games Chronicles says November's Prime Gaming free titles include Control, Dragon Age, and Tomb Raider games. So, looks like Rogue Heroes Control Ultimate Edition, Dragon Age Inquisition. I should probably try and play one of the Dragon Age, Rise of the Tomb Raider, and Liberated.
Stop!
Puzzle Agent 2, which isn't that the Telltale game? Demon Hunter 2 new chapter, Breaks Are for Losers, and Secret Files, Sam Peters. October games are still available. What they're not going to tell you, though, is how you really are going to get these games, so I would assume that this is in just the Amazon Prime thing. So it's, I think, kind of unlikely that you'll be able to do something like redeem Control Ultimate Edition or any of the other games on Steam. If Amazon Prime was just giving you Steam codes, though, it would be a much better offer. Like, I definitely wouldn't recommend Amazon Prime if you're just trying to get free games out of it, or if you're doing a Twitch thing.
Play
Yeah,
for
my
now, fairies.
phone's about to die here. Let me plug it in 1 sec.
You're finished. Is this really the right
Okay.
way?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think this works. And then let's go ahead and do this, I guess. Let's see. Netflix has released a trailer for The Witcher Season 2. This is not really that related to not that really related to video games at this point though, because it's not. Now notice that this player is the yellow Video Games Chronicle themed player, where this player is actually the YouTube player. And so this is a great example to say this is what I've done with the YouTube videos.
Let's play.
So when I click play here, I believe you will notice that it's a little bit blurry here with the Netflix logo. And that is because I have installed a plugin that is actively blurring the YouTube videos. So, do I want to sit here and have Netflix claim this entire live stream? No. But it's a trade-off. It's probably a less jarring trade-off because now I can talk about things and I can show it is blurred. Is it blurred enough for the Content ID system to not automatically let people claim videos? Again, ad copy that should not be, that's not copyrightable to my understanding in the first place. Plus I'm talking over it and criticizing it, so it's definitely fair use. Unfortunately, the problem there is and see, here's their player, and you can see the Netflix logo is not blurred, just as comparison. There's no settings, unfortunately, as far as I can find. So I can't adjust the amount of blurriness. So if the blurriness doesn't work, we might have to get into some crazier forms of censorship. Or I might just have to get really harsh and just stop watching videos and showing it. Which, yeah, that would be just learning new behavior to always come over here when I hit the play button. Which, yeah. Ideally, that's not what I'd like to have happen. I'd like to be able to show off video without living in absolute terror that somebody's going to steal ad revenue or create ad revenue and put ads on my shows. Again, that's also only an issue for live streams, so it also highlights how for my channel to particularly succeed well, I need people to watch my pre-recorded footage a lot more than the live shows. Live shows has always been hopefully only a secondary thing. Supporting and doing a side note to the primary pre-recorded footage. Moving on, we're at the Gamatsu articles. Now, King of Fighters 15 for PS4 and PS5 open beta test is set for November 19th through the 22nd. They also have a Dolores trailer and screenshots. Now, for Gamatsu articles, they, I believe, are also YouTube videos. So, yeah. I could hit play here, and it's just a little blurry. honestly not that blurry, even. I imagine the blur makes a lot more sense when you're looking at live action content, but when you're talking cartoon content, it's not unheard of to potentially see something that's fairly low res anyways. Again, if there were settings here, I could adjust this. I like this character. Like, I like the scantily clad outfit and the skin showing. That always catches my attention. But I like the theme too, that she's some kind of like, for lack of a better term, mud witch who controls mud and is super powerful. And I like the long flowing cornrows hair. Yeah, she's kind of like, this is what you do with Bayonetta if you were trying to make a Bayonetta type character. That was slightly different.
You're done for.
Come on, give me enough time to hit attack. Let's see. The Legend of Nayuta Boundless Trails for PC launches December 11th in Japan. It seems like this might be one of these boss battlers where the environment is a circle. Let's check this out. Girl buried in roses. It's not really what I was expecting. Yeah, it looks like it is a collection of boss battles on kind of a rotating circular pattern. And I don't know if there's much game otherwise there. See, the problem here is I'm almost immediately want to say the graphics look bad, but I have to remind myself I'm looking at the blurred out version as much as you are. I will say that there definitely looks like the actual gameplay graphics is kind of that low polygon chibi stuff that doesn't particularly look that interesting. And also very different from what this screenshot shows, so I'm confused. Like, why would they have 3D models when they also have flat 2D animations? We already talked about the Metroid Dread demo. Somebody spent some extra time making a Halloween Metroid image. That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, Isekai Memories, is now available on smartphones. It's a nation-building 3D battle RPG based on the anime. This is a later form of the evolution of the slime character. When he kind of regains his a human form. I don't know if there's really much of a chance of that being particularly good game, though. It very possibly is just going to be something that fans of the anime will want to play.
The real battle begins.
I think we've got a victory here. Nope, we are one short. But in all fairness, I don't see how I could really lose here. Okay, got like, he's got 3 cards and nothing on the field. I've got 3 shielded characters. He's down to 1 health. I'm up to 20. Gamatsu puts it in a different way. The PS5 shipments have topped 13.3 million and PS4 have topped 116.6 million. So, yeah. In the long run, there's, I guess, a lot of tail in selling old consoles, at least for the PlayStation. So,
I pray
maybe with those kinds of numbers, they will make a PlayStation 7. I guess the question is does the long run have a chance of lasting in the next couple generations? I wouldn't be surprised with the shortages if we don't raise a generation of much more conservative, less consumeristic people that just would say, yeah, I don't need that. I'll skip this version. Komatsu has the same thing. Resident Evil Village shipments and digital sales top 5 million. Let's see. Oh, Natsu line is coming to the Switch on February 24th, 2022 in Japan. It's currently available on the PS4, Vita, and PC. Looks like it's a romance visual novel. I don't recognize it, but that's not really saying anything. Because I set up a over-the-air DVR as my project, I've been able to watch NHK's news rebroadcast over the air on a public channel, and so I may be more day-to-day informed as far as what the national government PBS equivalent of Japan's news is talking about. Probably won't talk much about video games. I was actually fairly shocked that, having watched just a couple of episodes, that they talked about a anime movie, and they definitely talked more around the idea of people in Japan braving the pandemic to go and watch an anime movie in theaters. But when I was able to watch NHK's news broadcasts probably about 10 years ago, that they very specifically would never talk about anime at all, because that's not really what particularly older Japanese people are into. There's a big divide as far as what the youth of Japan and what the older Japanese people are into. So yeah, you don't have 60, 70-year-old Japanese people who read manga and watch anime and they're into cosplay and things like that. There's probably a few outliers that are like that, but most of them are much more traditional, much more conservative, and they usually are the people with the money and the power and the voting bloc, and so the public news is more targeting to that. And that's true in the West too, is that most news shows are for older people and not hip with it. It's really important to always remind yourself, if you're a fan of Japan or Japanophile in general, is that you're not going to go to Japan and just see anime on every corner. You'll see anime at like Akihabara, and that's kind of it. Like day to day, city block to city block, it's going to be very similar to the rest of the world. It isn't just some mecha full of anime characters.
Hear the roar of my 9 flames.
Or anime stuff.
Oh, waffle cakes.
And arguably there's actually very little video game stuff in Japan. To get back to video games, because there are video game stores to buy video games, but I would say there's probably less GameStop equivalents in Japan than, if I was just to guess, than you would see in an average city in the United States. Because there's usually 2 or 3 at minimum GameStops in any average city in the United States, and you would just buy the games at those stores and then go home and play them. Or maybe there's a few gaming, like LAN party PC centers where you would go. But that's about it. Moving on, Thunderful World Digital Game Showcase is set for November 10th. So more announcements for announcements. A game called In Sound Mind for Switch launches in 2022. Looks like it's probably let's not go full screen even if it is blurred. Is probably some kind of horror first-person shooter game. I think there's a game I've heard of that I saw that was procedurally generating scary things. And this might be it, but it might not. There's a lot of variety certainly here in this trailer as far as different scary things. So yeah, it does look interesting. Yeah, I don't think this one is procedurally generated. It's really hard to potentially create something that would be procedurally generated and scary, like, because you have to really understand what is scary and why something would be scary, and procedural generation tends not to be able to really achieve that. Let's see. Dynasty Warriors 9 Empires details politics system, territory stroll, and photo mode. If you're interested in that, check out the article on Gematsu. Digimon Survive has been officially delayed to 2022. The producer mentioned something there if you want to read his announcement. Yeah. Digimon Survive definitely feels like it's gonna try and feel like the original Digimon cartoons, with kind of a flat animation style with 3D models in the background, which is a little rough to have 2D and 3D mixed together. But I definitely would say, if it is going to come out to the West, if Digimon Survive does even come out to the West, you definitely would want to heavily lean on nostalgia for the original shows, and not try to make 3D models or sell it to a new generation. I seriously doubt you could accomplish a new generation of fans of Digimon without a new Digimon cartoon airing, and even now it would have to be some kind of Netflix streaming thing to get a new generation of Digimon fans. Moving on, Tales of Arise shipments and digital sales have topped 1.5 million, which is, pretty good, I'd say. It's funny that it says 1.5 million, but somehow in Japanese they've written 150. Like 150 10,000s. That's the only way that makes sense. Maybe that is exactly what they've written there. Bright Memory Infinite for PC launches November 11th. Xbox Series version will be due out later. This game has been slow to come out as a demo that caught a lot of people's attention and then decided to scale up. There's a lot of room for disappointment in Bright Memory Infinite, and the hope is that it doesn't happen, and then they actually were able to make a game that was as cool looking and as interesting as that demo was. Let's see. We already talked about Lara Croft, Temple of Osiris, and Guardian of Light. See, this is the ad copy of Guardian of Light, and while this is also not really anywhere close to what the character looks like in the game, I think a lot more effort was put into this to just highlight Lara Croft and first and foremost, and show show off this secondary character too. Like he looks like an interesting character. It would have made a lot of sense for him to follow up in a sequel, and instead they split the second game from being, I think the first game is only 2-player co-op, and then they split it into 4-player co-op for the next game. And storyline wise, they're not really connected at all. I would say, even though there's a lot of shadow in this image too, there's just like way better lighting and texture details in this image. So it kind of feels like the budget may have been cut, not increased, for the sequel or the next game in the series. Moving on, Weird West has been delayed to January 11th, 2022. It's also been priced at $39.99, which Weird West is being labeled as Episode 1. It kind of feels like it might be sort of a Fallout 1 type game in although maybe not so much even a Fallout 1 game, more maybe a stealth puzzle game. Let's see, what is it tagged as? They're saying it's a bespoke experience, immersive sim. Okay.
No! Stop! You're in good hands.
Let's see.
It looks like I'm up.
Let's see. Dyschronia Chronos Alternate launches episodically for PC VR beginning in the spring of 2022. The full package for Switch in the winter of 2022. I don't think I've heard anything about this game though. So far. Looks like it's trying to be a VR game that has a little bit more visual polish on it, but really doesn't look like it's accomplishing much more than what I would generally expect to see in a VR game. At least as far as those screenshots are concerned. And the trailer, of course, is just going to show you a bunch of cutscenes. But honestly, even if you got a good cutscene in VR, that would be something of interest. Seems to be a game where you like dive into the memories of people.
Don't worry, I've got this. My arrows don't
Yeah, but that trailer is definitely not showing a lot there. The Prince of Persia Twitter says, "We want to take a moment to reassure you the development of Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time remake is still underway, motivated and inspired by your feedback. We will update you on our progress in the future, and we want to thank all of you for their unwavering support and patience." The dev team, which is an update to say we're still working on it, which I think is probably to come out and counter any claim that they weren't working on it, which may come out.
Shall guide you, if they don't kill you first.
Let's see.
Pain, go away!
Okay.
Come on, smile! Why, you little...
But yeah, the only reason otherwise I could think of saying that and coming out and saying that is because there's internal conflict that was potentially suggesting that it might get canceled, or that it should be canceled. The Prince of Persia series really should do something, even if it is just going to be a secondary thought to the Assassin's Creed series that replaced it. Even if you're just going to remake the old games and do nothing else, it should still be a focus. You talked about this, I think. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas has been announced for the Oculus Quest 2. Yeah, I don't know really why you'd want to play GTA in a Oculus Quest, though. That's kind of questionable. It seems like that'd be exhausting. Knockout City is coming to the PS5 and Xbox Series on November 2nd, which, yeah, I don't know if Knockout City has been particularly embraced by anybody. UFO Robot Grindizer game launches for the PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, PC in 2023. This is one of the early anime robot shows, so be kind of weird if this made it to the West, but not super weird if it's just like a digital release. The actual game, I have no idea. What actually happens in anime, I don't know. It's all the robot games, mech games, probably are just fighting games. That would be my assumption as to the direction you would take something like that. Keep going. Neo Geo fighting game Rage of Dragons is coming to the PS4, Xbox One, and Switch. It's being ported. It would be kind of nice if there was a way to just turn off the blur effect if temporarily. But, I mean, I could certainly do that, but you just never know. Just gonna have to be precaution. Yeah, this looks like an interesting fighting game. That there was a ton of fighting games that were made for the Neo Geo in particular, and they just kind of never gained a lot of relevancy because nobody had a home Neo Geo to play on them, and they didn't get ported to anything else. A lot of them didn't. And that was almost certainly the establishment of the fighting game genre, was Neo Geo games in particular, and the divergence between fighting video game players and just generally any other video game player that plays a variety of video games. And I would say you kind of don't have that kind of division again until you start to see like the gamer bros on Xbox just playing Halo, just playing Call of Duty, things like that. Let's see. Moving on, the Breakers collection has been delayed to Q1 2022. Closed beta test is set for January 1st, or January 2022. Let's see. What is Breakers? It is a fighting, a Neo Geo style fighting game. I can definitely tell you that if I was going to cover these Neo Geo fighting games, I'd have to do them back to back. I bet there's a lot of animations and movements that are just copied over from one character to another. Let's just reskin this character and put it in a different game. The mechanics are, I imagine, mostly the same. But yeah, as somebody who isn't likely to ever get deep into the history of fighting games, I definitely wouldn't try to play every single one for more than maybe an hour at most. Giant Bomb, for a while there, I don't know if they ever finished it, had their whole ranking of fighters series. And in their ranking of fighters series, they seemingly were trying to cover or play every single fighting game that ever existed. Well, I don't think I'll do another heal, so... Actually, I would have done another heal, so I could have just ended the turn. That should be fine. QU Byte Interactive. It has announced QU Byte Classics retro re-releases for PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. The Human by Pico being... The Humans by Pico being one that they're promoting. I think Pico has been kind of re-releasing classic games on Steam already, so just effectively re-releasing them now on consoles. The Humans apparently is 3 games, and then apparently there's a game called The Immortal, which, yeah, when you actually see the gameplay, if they'll actually show you the gameplay, you can see it's pretty awful. Pretty old games. And not particularly relevant games either. Not things I remember or have any nostalgia for. Gematsu has the Famitsu sales updated, so Demon Slayer now in first place for the PS4 with Blue Reflection in second place with 14,000 sales in its first week, which it's probably the first time in nearly 40 weeks that you haven't had a Nintendo Switch game in the first 2 slots. Metro Dread still doing better than usual in Japan since Metroid wasn't very popular. Nintendo Switch's version of Blue Reflection not doing anywhere as good as the PlayStation 4 version. Notice there's no PlayStation 5 versions in the top 10 at all though. So people are just not playing PlayStation 5s. And, you don't get to a PS5 game until Back for Blood from the 21st numbered game. Let's see. And that's all that's new is just Blue Reflections to make the top 30. And then hardware sales are going up and up for the OLED version, but Switch and Switch combined is still massive amounts above the PlayStation 5 or the Switch Lite or the Xbox Series S, which the Xbox Series S is still selling a decent amount, particularly when you compare the X, which has only 74. You half wonder if they just don't have enough stores that stock the Xboxes, otherwise they would sell more Xboxes. There's more Series S selling than PlayStation 5s or PlayStation 4s combined. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and attack here. Almost missed my turn there. A game called Visage Enhanced Edition is now available for the Xbox Series, and it's launching in November for the PlayStation 5, which we'll have to look at this blurry video to try and figure out when the Visage is. Yeah, looks like it's a horror game. Looks like it is better done than most horror games, so yeah, there might be something there. At a certain point, I probably will pull the trigger and play a horror game, and then that will establish or push a baseline as far as the quality of horror games, and let me potentially remove 10 to 20 more horror games from my wish list. We are totally done for today, and it's barely gone 3 hours, so I could just talk about the news and try and wrap things up. We're almost kind of done with the news too if we don't talk about any video games, but I will try to cover some of the video games. I don't want to leave all of them here. A game called Maglum Lord is coming to the West on February 4th, 2022.
This one's
It's
for
a
my family.
side-scrolling fighting game. Seems like it's got 2 or 3 different types of screens it has. Might be something there, might not. Fairly consistently, we can see Gamatsu always uses YouTube. So, yeah. Again, you have some characters that are drawn in flat 2D form and look good, and then you have these 3D polygon forms, which looks bad. Seems like there's almost this direct split between the animators and who can make movement, have it using 3D models, and the stationary 2D keyframe artists who can only make 2D art. Now, I certainly have seen a lot of games try to integrate both of those, and I don't think I've seen it actually work or make sense so far. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim Anniversary Edition and Upgrade has an overview trailer, which, yeah, what do you even show in an overview trailer for Elder Scrolls? And let's see, ZeniMax is now owned by Microsoft, right? So, yeah. This probably is a project that is just being wrapped up before Microsoft acquired them. Yeah, they're just showing off like items. Maybe they made some new 3D models and some new items. Wouldn't be surprised if these are just mod items that they have stolen. The fishing minigame mechanic it's interesting, but it's nothing really. What they're really not doing here in talking about yet another release of Skyrim is they're not talking about the next Elder Scrolls game. And when you have that frustration that you just can't, you're just never going to get a new, really polished, really improved game because they're too busy re-releasing the old successful game, that's fairly frustrating. Like, you basically couldn't put anything in Skyrim to interest me. Because they've tried everything and done everything in Skyrim. It needs to be a new engine. That is also, I think, part of the problem with like Fallout 4 is that it really wasn't a next generational improvement on Fallout 3. And it's kind of hard to justify playing Fallout 4 if you haven't gotten around to playing Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas, which really sucks for me since one of my fans actually gifted me Fallout 4 and I never got around to playing it. I've kind of considerably stopped claiming that I would be highly likely to play a game if you gift it to me. I ask people to gift me games, but at this point I can't make any promises. I get around to it when I get around to it. Moving on, Amplifier Game expands into Canada with a new studio called Goosebite, B-Y-T-E. I think that's kind of a funny name. Computer-centric and Canadian-centric. Activision Blizzard has touted a new, quote, zero-tolerance harassment policy after failing to halt misconduct lawsuit, which, again, that's just seems like they're trying to get praise for doing something very basic. It's pretty easy to start a business day one and say we have a zero-tolerance policy for harassment. Like, by default, you should have a zero-tolerance policy for harassment. Of course, almost all zero-tolerance policies are not zero-tolerance policies because you never fire the CEO for being found guilty of harassment. You'd never find the CEO guilty of being harassing. But you definitely put it on paper, and you definitely say we have a zero-tolerance policy for this to start with. It's very easy to say that. GameDeveloper.com. I think that was a GameDeveloper.com article before too. Let's see. Guess you do this. Then I guess you do this.
You're done for. Let him go!
I'm sorry.
Why is this so hard?
A fitting end.
Let's see. GameDeveloper.com says Ubisoft revenue slightly dips in a mid-pandemic adjustment. A 5% dip doesn't look bad when there's still more money than a pre-pandemic year. There is the subtitle to that article. Ubisoft is apparently also still investing in blockchain games. Clearly they had a quarterly meeting in which they had to disclose all this. GameDeveloper.com says Facebook is retiring the Oculus brand after all. Yes, it's technically Meta doing the retiring, but they just changed the name. We needed a second to adapt. So yeah, according to GameDeveloper.com, they're getting rid of the Oculus brand, which, yeah, that makes sense.
The real battle begins.
I don't know if I really need to evolve that one, but whatever.
Damn rain. Game developer says sales up at Capcom as Resident Evil Village tops 5 million shipments. Tencent has bought a 6.86% stake in From Software parent company Kadokawa. From Software, I think, would be Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring. So, yeah, Tencent once again investing. Activision Blizzard has acquired the mobile developer Digital Legends. This is the developers behind Respawnables. I imagine they've been acquired to make more mobile games. Nobody's gonna like of Diablo, StarCraft, Warcraft content. Yeah, again, not really video game related. This is a screenshot from the Meta announcement. I don't understand why they would make this announcement with what's his name, the CEO of Facebook. Like, he's awful on screen, and people have to know. Are people just blowing so much smoke up his butt that he actually thinks he's good at doing presentations and things like that? Just have somebody present your presentations for you. It's easy enough. Plenty of CEOs just sit in the back and make the decisions and don't have to be the face of the company. Game developer says Microsoft buys the moderation company 2Hat to keep the Xbox community safe. This acquisition will further accelerate our first-party content moderation solutions across gaming, which, yeah, you can certainly take that as potentially a step towards more censorship in chat and things, but I don't know. I never really felt like chat in games was the place for free speech anyways. Although there have definitely been situations where people have been able to chat in places like China on video game chat forums that are not as censored or censored compared to trying to chat on something like Line or Facebook or Twitter or anything like that, which China knows about those services and censors those heavily, or tries to at least. Let's see. Subnautica developer Unknown Worlds has been acquired by Krafton. This will be the 6th independent studio that Krafton now owns. Then we've got a bunch of games here. So, sad news here. Fatal Frame Project Zero, Maiden of Blackwater, is only 52% positive. Let's see the reviews. I bet it's a terrible port and runs badly. The game starts lagging as soon as you click play, and it's all down here from here. Typical Koei Tecmo port. If you played other games released and ported by Koei Tecmo, you'd probably be prepared for it. No mouse support, game speed is locked, graphical options are subpar. Cutscenes are very muddy and grainy, audio seems to be off at times, out of sync. So, yeah, ideally this would get fixed, but it does kind of show that there is a lack of care as far as the PC ports. Like, you can see Samurai Warriors here is mostly positive, so maybe they get around to fixing some of these games. Atelier games seem to be very positive. Just going in there. Let's see. Atelier, like Romance of the Three Kingdoms 14. It's not well received. But yeah, it does seem like Koei Tecmo doesn't have the worst history looking at their games as they could have. So maybe they get around to fixing them in a patch. We always hope for that, certainly, is that if there's a game that is new, like this Blue Reflection game, for instance here, this would probably be a great one to play now since Blue Reflection 2 was out, but I won't get around to it. The problem is Knights of Arise is another one that didn't get really well received. The problem here, though, of course, is you might have created, Koei Tecmo very much may have just created a self-fulfilling prophecy in that these games that were ported badly, so they are poorly received and sell poorly, and now the Koei Tecmo management can just say, yeah, PC gaming doesn't work for us, our games don't sell well on PC, because they didn't really try. It's very easy to subconsciously or consciously just self-sabotage like that. Whereas, if you're being honest and if you're being realistic, the fandom around the Fatal Frame series would be more than happy to buy these games on PC and play them on PC.
It looks like I'm up.
screenshot wise, you should just talk about the screenshots for a second. This does not look bad. I will say, you got a little bit of some weird polygons here in the hair that set up. Like, it's not the best hair physics I've ever seen, but I'm also kind of expecting this to be a mid-tier, like single A or B tier type game, not a single A, not triple A type game, or even double A, not triple A. But first and foremost, they have to fix that issue. Otherwise, I don't think I could ever justify playing a bad Fatal Frame game, of which there is only one on Steam at the moment, just to say it's a shame. Like, I definitely don't want to go into a game just saying, yep, my entire review is just going to be, it's a shame that this isn't better because of this, 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 and this.
Be gone.
Particularly if there's already other people reviewing a game and giving the consumer advice to stay away. I can use my time more wisely in that scenario. Do we want to do this and summon another character? Sure. Next we have a game on Steam. Oops, how'd that happen? That's my magnifier thing that I use, not when I'm streaming, but just when I can't read anything.
This is how you do fireworks.
Regardless, we have a
It won't be long now.
game called Snow Rocket here, where you're riding in a snow sea-doo.
I'll forge my own path.
It looks like it might be a racing game. It looks like there might be enough polish here to actually consider it. This is another case where, because this was loaded when my ad blocker was turned off, I can actually see the video, and seeing the video is actually helpful. So I'm going to put this on the follow list. $3.99, English only. Yep. There's definitely an argument here. Here we have NASCAR 21 Ignition, which is mostly negative already. Plus, I seriously doubt I would have been interested in a NASCAR game anyways. $59.99, actually $89.99. Whole bunch of languages, allegedly full audio in all of them. For that price, you'd almost expect that to be true. Okay.
This is how you do fireworks.
You were done for.
Kaboom! No handiwork needed. Damn rain.
A fitting end.
Darn it. I played that wrong. I could have played that better.
You crossed the line.
You're in good hands.
Yep. I could have played that a lot better.
Damn rain.
Let's see. Here we have a game on Steam called Yolk,
Stop!
which is an egg game where you're... Looks like it's a physics game. You're like swinging as an egg with arms. And then there's just things that you couldn't possibly see coming smashing you, like darts coming from the foreground. Yep, this would be an incredibly frustrating game. This is not something that deserves a follow. $10.79 is pretty expensive too. English only.
Might as well keep playing even though we don't have anything to do. Here we have a game called Devil Inside Us, Root of Evil, which looks like a horror game. Might be something there, probably not. 1349, English, Portuguese, Brazil. We'll give it a follow.
Is fighting and despair
Here we
all
have
you know?
Black Widow
Perish in
Recharged,
my flame.
which I think the original Black Widow game was something that just came out a couple weeks ago. $9.99. It's too expensive. Whole bunch of languages. Yeah, let's see if we can. Centipede Recharged, Black Widow Recharged, Pollen Quest. Weird. This developer doesn't seem like a troll developer, and yet I immediately just assumed that's what this was. Well, I guess regardless, this still doesn't look like something I'd want to play, so I'm just gonna still ignore it. But we have a very weird point here where Atari, being the new Atari that just acquired the name Atari, is publishing something that looks very, very much like a low effort game. And you have a developer that has managed to do the unthinkable and make their game look like garbage when they're not known historically as being a garbage game developer. Excuse me. We do run into a danger here where in the future, 30, 40 years from now, people will just start acquiring the names of companies, and a company, let's go with Nintendo just to pick one at random, somehow becomes a name brand that is now being used and abused. We see that in cars, certainly, as like Mercedes-Benz and things like that. Maybe not Mercedes-Benz specifically, but a lot of car brands have been acquired by other car manufacturers, and they no longer meet anywhere the level of quality. A lot of appliances, electronics, blenders, toasters, things like that. There were real name brands behind that. There was a whole Sears brand of products that really meant something, and now it would be laughable if Sears sold a TV and you were going to go buy a Sears brand television. Sears is a company that's pretty much out of business at this point and has been bankrupt multiple times. Although I think intentionally a lot of times they were manipulating the bankruptcy laws. Yeah, and if you ever want to see where Amazon.com could go, you just have to look at the Sears catalog, and in the past, and the idea of buying everything at Sears. Sears being kind of one of the original department stores. Moving on back to video games here, we have a game called Samurai Crawler, which looks like nothing. $1.79 English Russian. Here we have a game called Sacrificial Lighthouse, which does look slightly interesting as maybe a point-and-click adventure game. At this point, I will take off the ad blocking on the videos on Steam. Too often, I do need to watch the videos. It's more of a hindrance than a helpful. $7.19, bunch of languages. Put that on the fall list. This obviously could be nothing though, so you have to be careful. Let's see. Here we have a game called Hidden Investigation Who Did It, which looks like it's a hidden object game from a different developer and publisher for $7.99. English, allegedly full audio. Not a terrible price for hidden object games. A lot of them are way overpriced. Here we have a game called Weird Cinema, which it's a horror movie. Is this a single player game though? $8.99 English and Chinese. it definitely looks like this is a copy of some other games I've seen like this, where you are simulating being in a horror movie. Honestly, this might be a one-for-one theft of a game I've seen that's somewhat similar to this. I would have to really investigate it to be certain of that. Regardless, it's not enough of a game to interest me. Here we have a game called Super Kakaru, which
I admit defeat.
looks like it's some form of number puzzle game. $3.39 English only.
Will be freed from suffering.
I'll put it on the follow list, see if there's any reviews. Here we have a game called Sunshine Manor, which looks like it's kind of a cartoony horror game. Kind of an RPG game. Yeah, I guess that deserves a follow. $11.04 English full audio. Here we have a game called George, which I suspect is probably an asset flip horror game. Mug Ugly Games. $15.29 English, allegedly full audio. Yeah, I think we can say no to this. Even if this somehow was a good game, I think I could probably just say no to it and be happy. Here we have a game called Printer Sim, which is tagged as a puzzle management game. Kind of feels like it's a point-and-click adventure game.
Is fighting and despair all you know?
But honestly, it looks like
Enhance. Fire.
it's pretty ugly. $8.99 English, allegedly full audio. This is way too expensive for what it's visually offering. Here we have a game called Campfire Tales, which is already apparently at 40% positivity. Looks like a Game Boy game. $2.39 English only. Let's see. Game Boy Studio game about 3 people telling stories around a campfire. So, yeah. RPG Maker has been the tag that has been the bane of Steam for a very long time. If we start to see things labeled as GB Studio games as a tag, I don't know how you define a user-defined tag. You probably can just click here, or seems like you could just type in a tag here if you wanted. Otherwise, you could potentially scroll down through some basic tags and say, yeah, I think that's right, But then I imagine if you were to say GB Studio as a tag, you would need hundreds, if not thousands, of other people to also use those tags across multiple games for that to start to be a really relevant tag. Here we have a game on Steam called Saint Kotor, which looks like an interesting point-and-click adventure game, and I am a sucker for point-and-click adventure games. Spooky, dark, little dark screenshot syndrome happening here. $22.49 is asking quite a lot. English full audio and a bunch of other languages. I'll put this on the follow list, but you would need massive discounts. Even if this was a point-and-click adventure game that is like super long and the equivalent of having three times the length of an average point-and-click adventure game, that's still a ton of investment for an unknown new series. Here we have a game called Shoot the Zombies VR, which
I accept
looks like it's a simplistic VR game. Kind of an arena, stand in one place shooting games like a light gun game.
Freed from suffering.
This isn't a terrible idea at all. Like, you stand in one place. I don't know if you really need to be in VR to do something like that, but like, I could see why VR would be benefited with this kind of concept. Power-ups that you collect on the side. Alright, I'm going to put this on the follow list. $4.49, English only. Of course, it's a VR game, so unless I actually someday got a VR headset, which odds are very low of that, I'll never actually buy the game. Here we have Plan B from Outer Space, A Bavarian Odyssey, which looks like it's kind of a nicely animated choose your own adventure visual novel game. There might be a reason for that.
Is fighting
See, they want $9.99 English and German. Then there's a soundtrack also available. Here we have a game called Kungen, which is way too blown out, way too bright. I haven't ever had to coin a phrase as far as white or light screenshot syndrome to be the antithesis of dark screenshot syndrome, but well, this may be a great example of light screenshot syndrome or bright screenshot syndrome. I'd probably go with bright screenshot syndrome. Here we have a happy game. This was that weird kind of horrific game that starts off trying to make it seem like it's a happy-go-lucky experience, but then fairly obviously isn't. Alright, this one's very relevant and popular already. You can see it's 141 reviews, 91% positive. It's not an early access. Collector's edition includes the soundtrack, otherwise you're paying $11.42. Whole bunch of languages, allegedly full audio in all of them, which again means no actual voice dialogue. I'm gonna go ahead and just put that on the wish list though. It meets the requirements of having at least 30 reviews and being mostly positive. Here we have a game called Merry Moth, which looks just like it's a shoot 'em up game. No real interest there. $1.79. Here we have Decoherence, which they say is a top-down shooter. Yep, and it looks like a top-down shooter. Player versus player focus, $10.19. Single player or online PvP. Like, I don't hate the art style of that trailer at the very beginning here. This penguin guy with a gun and this character with a bigger gun. But the actual game seems to be fairly arcadey and uninteresting. 1019, whole bunch of languages. I'm gonna say no to that. It's not my style game. Here we have Master Forge, which really just looks like a Skyrim clone, where you're forging. I can easily dismiss that. English and German, full audio for both, $2.99. I kind of doubt it has voice acting too. This is weird because this is Vampire the Masquerade Parliament of Knives, but clearly it is just a text-based game. Visual novel not even going that far, although I guess it does have a trailer of videos. I kind of have to just assume that Vampire the Masquerade as a phrase is open source or something like that, and anybody can call their games Vampire the Masquerade. and it's not owned by anybody. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be any reason for that to exist. Age of Empires 4 is available. It's already got a lot of reviews. I think this is one of those games that I'll put on the wish list, but I'm not. If somebody were to gift this to me, I don't know if I'd really try too hard to play a lot of it. And that would be about the only time I would get it, is if somebody gave me like the full game, which at this point I guess is just the main game. The digital deluxe edition doesn't seem to include any season pass or DLC. But $60 is definitely asking a lot for people that probably don't want to play too much of Age of Empires. It's not asking that much if you're a big Age of Empires fan and it's your type of game. Here we have Robo Van Rush, which we can immediately dismiss.
Let us play together.
$9.99 English only. Here we have Voice of the Cards, The Isle Dragon Roars, which I'm a sucker for cards.
Oh, waffle cakes.
And it definitely feels like it's trying to do something different. $20.99 De Nuvo, third-party EULA, single player only, English full audio, several other languages, Japanese full audio. Well, that meets the requirements, so I'll put that on the wish list. We are capable of jumping more games directly to the wish list today than normal. That's kind of surprising.
It looks like I'm up.
That was wasteful. Next we have a game on Steam called Metaphysical,
You need backup, Bear?
which
No way!
just looks like a horror asset flip game. Early access, $12.59 English and German. A lot of English and German games today. That's kind of interesting too.
The horizon gives me inspiration.
Let's see. Here we have Anacon Animal Complex Rabbit's
You need
Path,
backup, Bear?
which looks like it's a visual novel around falling in love with a rabbit. Which at a certain point, isn't that just a bestiality visual novel? And you're not even going the furry route so much at that point. Seems to be fairly lighthearted from the screenshots though. $7.19, English only. I don't see anything there of real interest. Here we have Artist Life Simulator, which seems to be kind of a card-based game. Interesting. It's an interesting thought, but it's kind of weird you have Vincent van Gogh drawn here and it's drawn by some different artist. So this is not like a Vincent van Gogh picture by any means. It's just a parody of one. Early access, $15.19 single player. I'm going to put this on the follow list to see if maybe it comes out of early access and what it can be or do at that point.
I'll get it right this time. You were done for. Let him go!
Okay. Now,
Why is
pretty
this
much
so
have to kill
hard?
something here.
I surrender.
Back to the hideout.
Here we have a game called Subway Midnight,
Spread
which
my post. We're ready
some
to
kind of
sail.
weird psychological horror game with a very unique art style. Definitely would like to see more art styles like this, where it's just like, this is something I don't recognize. This is something totally new, something trying to do something different.
Target
It's
practice.
$8.99. Bunch of languages. More and more we're seeing how trivial it is to translate your game to. 83% positive. It meets all the requirements. Just stick it on the wish list. Let's hope this works.
Best of luck to you.
And then if this. And then hit this.
The real battle begins. Scratch my post! We're ready to sail?
Here we have Bassmaster Fishing 2022. This is mostly negative, but it has only 10 reviews, so I might give it a chance. But it certainly is not starting on the right foot. And almost all games don't start off with such negative reviews. $39.99. English full audio, a whole bunch of languages. I kind of believe that one. I'm going to put that on the follow list. I would like to see a good fishing game at some point.
I envy you.
Here we have a game called Wings of Justice, which looks like nothing. $1.19, English only. Here we have Safari Canyon, which Safari Cannon, which you shoot, I guess, just yourself as far as you can. There were some games like this that were kind of funny in the old day, and this does look like a nice visual improvement to this idea, but it doesn't really mean anything. It just goes on forever and forever as far as how it scrolls, and it just randomly generates more characters. Here we have a game called Opus Castle, which some kind of old 3D horror games from the looks of it. It's not out yet, apparently. English, Portuguese, Brazil. Chapter 2 is available. The main game, not so much. I'm going to put this on the follow list just to see how this listing would be improved in the future. It's weird to list chapter 2 and not list chapter 1. Here we have a game called Sniper Game, which obviously is not really anything other than an asset flip. $1.19, English only. Here we have a game called Naked Little Dude, which I guess stars a naked little pixely little dude. Otherwise, it looks like it's just a kind of zoomed out pixely platforming game of no real interest. $4.99 English only. That'll be a no. We have a game called Final Stand Ragnarok, which is probably just a player versus player game, or maybe a warrior style game where you have to fight 1,000 people. Early access, it's online co-op only though, so that's not for me, so that goes away. Here we have a game called Steel Crew, which looks like a VR game where you control a tank. And yeah, well, that might be good training if you were going to become a tank driver. In reality, I think it's pretty garbage as a concept for a game. Being inside of a tank is not particularly a pretty sight from what I've heard. $17.99 English only. Is also very expensive for a VR game. What's offering? Here we have a game called Millie and Greg, which looks like it's just a precision platforming game. Yeah, nothing there to interest me. $3.74 English and Portuguese, Brazil. It's kind of high price. I like this thumbnail, I'll say that much, but yeah, I don't see any reason why I would want to try and play that. Here we have Gazmatera 2, America's Least Wanted. Which is probably a Russian troll joke game. Yeah. $8.99 Russian full audio, English and Turkish. see if they published anything else under this title. Well, the first game came out in June and has 2 user reviews. So, yeah, there's no relevancy here in these low effort games. Kinda don't want to do that. So I'm just gonna end the turn. Sorry, I'm yawning. Here we have Fossil Fuel VR Raptor Isolation, which, yeah, doesn't look like anything of interest. $8.99, English only. Here we have a game called Witches vs. Demons, which is part of the Halloween sale, so the screen looks different. Looks fairly rough as far as what it is. It's some kind of VR game. Right. A lot of bright clouds and not really anything identifiable. Looks like it's probably a parkour jumping game if I was to guess. Yeah, end the turn there. So I'll say no to Witches and Demons. Let's see, Video Games Chronicles. We had some news on the other side of a long wall of games. Bugsnax is getting a major free content update in early 2020. It's called Isle Big Snacks, with new creatures and fresh area to explore. Arguably, there is perhaps some retconning of the ending of Bugsnax from what I hear. That's going to have to happen, assuming this doesn't just take place in kind of an alternate reality or something like that.
You're in good hands. You're in good hands.
I hope that's right. Video Game Chronicles. Square Enix has revealed Star Ocean: The Divine Force for consoles and PC. It's a new entry in the RPG series developed by Tri-Ace, and it arrives in 2022.
This will be over quick.
Let's see. And
Stop!
yeah, not really sure I know what the Star Ocean series even is at this point. I think I probably don't know. This one. And then this one.
Time for perennial prayer has come.
Go ahead and put this on the field too. Apparently Dr. Dre is making music for a new Grand Theft Auto game, according to
This will be
Snoop
over
Dogg.
quick.
They're reportedly were collaborating on the Rockstar project.
My prayers.
See that you carry out your mission.
Sackboy: A Big Adventure may be coming to Steam, which
Eat it.
Sackboy: A Big Adventure I think is a fairly old game being ported to Steam. Yeah, it was critically well received as an exclusive, so yeah. I don't know if there's a lot of relevancy to play Sackboy though, particularly on Steam. Sackboy, unless this is a different game than what I'm thinking of, which maybe it is. Yeah, it kind of seems like it is. I was thinking of a different game, wasn't I? Yeah, this could come to Steam. There was one of the, I think it was a Sackboy game, that you would create your own games, and people were recreating Nintendo properties and things like that, and so they were spending a ridiculous amount of time
Smiles
just
is the best medicine.
delisting things that said Nintendo in it, or
You're
looked
done
like
for.
World 1-1 of Nintendo.
Faith is an expensive. No, the smiles are not free.
Impossible.
Let's see. Gamatsu says Deathverse Let It Die has been announced. There was this game called Let It Die that came out a long time ago, and this is apparently a spin-off slash sequel to it. It's kind of a weird Japanese game with some weird Japanese art style characters. It would be I think the best way to describe it.
Feel free to call on me again.
And then I guess I can hit play here, but it will be blurry. At a certain point, this is kind of just becoming a situation where people don't want to lose the copyrights on things, so they're greenlighting anything and everything when you see something like this. But on the other hand, it might just be that there was some real passion. I think the original Let It Die game was more of a single player game that had some really weird, odd monetization around it. Where this seems like this is more just going to either be player versus player, or just almost roguelike Overwatch clone type experience. It could be a roguelike clone, it could be an Overwatch clone, could be something completely weird and different. Definitely weird will play into that description, I think.
My thunderbolts shall guide you, if they don't kill you first.
Let's see.
Whoa. I can't move.
Let's see. The Little Devil Inside has a state of play trailer. This is the state of play announcements. The Little Devil Inside
Where can I find inspiration?
starts with a train.
Everything was a lie.
Now you've done it.
Then you seem to be kind of on this weird journey where you're just traveling in many different
Puppets get me
types
out.
of ways. Kind of feels like it might be a post-apocalyptic survival game more than anything. Definitely feels weird. This is a weird looking trailer in just a wide variety of things that seem to be happening in the game. Doesn't seem like it has much to do with the actual devil inside. We already talked about King of Fighters, so that's redundant. We already talked about Star Ocean, that's redundant. Death's Door is coming to the PS5, PS4, and Switch on November 23rd. Which I think I have to remind myself which one's Death's Door. It's obviously a game with Death's Door in it. Let's see. Yep. Top down hack and slash game from the looks of it. Some puzzle platforming elements. A game called First Class Trouble for PS5 and PS4 launches November 2nd, which you can see in this reflections. Looks like people get turned into space zombies. Kind of a yeah, in a lot of ways this looks like what they've done is they've made an Among Us clone with more booby traps in a 3D environment. Which arguably there might be something to that idea.
What did that say? You are a person nerd.
Mortals shall learn to be benevolent.
So you start in your room as a robot if you're a bad guy and you're trying to kill it. It definitely feels like it's going to be player versus player, werewolf style gameplay. Basically just an Among Us clone. Alright. Alright, do I have any other way of staying alive? No. Of course, it's not like I have to win.
Carry out your mission.
A episodic narrative series called We Are OFK adds a PlayStation 5 and PS4 versions, and the voice cast has been announced. Seems like it is a story based on a fledgling, just starting up music band of friends. I'm not sure what the actual gameplay is going to be there. Seems like it's going to be fairly narrative, and honestly it may just be a kind of musical, polished visual novel. Let's see, we got a bit of a trailer here. We can, like, if I recall correctly, this trailer mostly just had people talking in it. And so it might not be too different from Life is Strange if you just got rid of the magical part of Life is Strange. Interactive animated series is how they're describing it. So yeah, that does seem like that is, for the most part, going to tell you the story they want to tell. And there'll be little interaction here and there. Kart Rider Drift adds a PS4 version, and its third closed beta test begins December 8th. At this point, do we really need closed test beta games for Kart Rider games and things like this? This does not look bad by any means. So if this is going to be potentially the Mario Kart on PC, it doesn't look terrible. Play for free, free for all, it says. Well, then how is it going to get any money, and how is it going to stay in business at that point? Let's see, we already talked about Bug Snacks. Let's see. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach launches December 16th. I don't know if we really need to watch another video. Now, in this case, Gematsu is actually using GIFcat to post a short animated GIF instead of a video. So, yeah, that won't get blurred out. Whereas this actual trailer will get blurred out. GameDeveloper.com says the U.S. Copyright Office has said yes to preserving old software and no to preserving old games, which seems kind of like a ridiculous diversion or split, and that probably shows just more cronyism and ridiculousness in the U.S. government, because old games would be software, so yeah. Seems like the more likely something is somebody would actually want it preserved, the less likely they're going to preserve it. They've issued a new protection exemption that allows librarians and archivists to archive and distribute copyright material. Sadly, there's no protections for older games, but there are some new notable exceptions that impact game preservation. They've recommended that older games not be considered for archival exemption at this time, owing to the greater risk of market harm in the context given to the market for legacy video games.
In essence, because video game companies still generate revenue on older titles, the Copyright Office wasn't ready to carve out exemptions that would allow them to be archived, preserved, or accessed remotely. Which, those things have been done regardless of whether that was legal or not. Let's see. Librarians and archivists, and the question certainly, what makes you a librarian and archivist? Can still make fair use arguments for preserving and distributing games, but it's not an automatic exemption. They did approve exemptions for another piece of media, older software. Copyright Office has recommended the U.S. Library of Congress amend its exemption. They didn't even spell amend right. Lists to allow archives to preserve and distribute copies of older software, such as Windows, Word, like things that maybe would be helpful, but would be incredibly boring and not that helpful to most people. That should make meaning you could preserve older game-making tools and versions of Windows and Macintosh used to run older games. They did express interest in revisiting its ruling on video games during the next review in 3 years. Yeah. At the end of the day, if you wait for permission to do most things, it will be too late. And video game companies are definitely trying to do what Disney did with copyright, and they would love to just constantly sell the same game to you over and over again, regardless of the fact that the people that actually made those games have long since either died or no longer work at Nintendo or work at that company or would get paid any extra. It's hardly like people are getting royalties for reselling of old games. Most aren't. I'd say nearly all of them aren't. Right, how do we want to do this? Let's just do that. It may have been a mistake, but whatever. They also cleared the way for libraries to back up and preserve copies of old out-of-print movies if available copies are deteriorating, which that's good. Yep. I was looking at the French chef Julia Childs, and it seems to me like they lost all of the footage of the French chef at some point, and now there's a new show called Dishing with Julia Childs that is trying to show some of the footage that they still have, but they don't have like full episodes, so they have to cut away to other people talking about Julia Childs, and they have framed all the original footage in a very weird border that's still a square instead of stretching it out, which is fine, but instead of just having black bars on the side, there's actually a picture of a TV and the pictures inside of it. And as I was watching it, noticeably there was like fragmentation and signal degradation inside the video part inside the TV without that happening around the border, which definitely leads me to believe that they have incredibly old, incredibly poorly preserved copies of the French Chef. That's my speculation. And I imagine there's a lot of old TV and movies like that, particularly lesser known things. You basically should just go in the opposite order of interest and preserve the things that people have never heard of or seen first. Because there's a high chance that somebody has a copy of
something like Schindler's List or something. But that does certainly also highlight the very closed system, and where closed systems lead to significant harm to society as far as their emotional arch expansion. When you have movie theaters that are making maybe 100 copies of an original film print when it was just film, and those 100 copies were tightly controlled and being driven from theater to theater, and once one theater was done with it, they would take that copy to another theater, and the film would constantly break and have to be spliced together, and it would constantly degrade and burn up and start on fire. Like, there's a real problem trying to get original 35 millimeter film prints or original cuts of a lot of movies. And TV was even worse because they weren't doing it on film. A lot of times they were doing it live to tape and on just something like a Betamax tape or a VHS tape, and then it was getting erased. Whereas when you look at the internet, if something's on the internet, you have this generic assumption that, and maybe this assumption isn't always true, that somebody is going to have a copy of that file. The Internet Archive, for instance, is going to have a copy of that file, and that's not always really true, but just the democratization and the possibility that somebody has made a copy significantly increases the chance of a copy existing 100 years from now. Now, that's still not as good of a system as having, like, the Library of Congress or other libraries of other countries keep copies of everything, which is a tall order, and definitely the Library of Congress is not just keeping backups of the entire internet, which that would be kind of spooky if they were. But so I think putting all your eggs in one basket is kind of a bad plan. You probably need a little bit of both. You need Library of Congress copying and backing up as much as possible, or as much as they think is relevant, and the possibility of anybody else making a copy.
My prayers.
Anyways, we were trying to wrap up here. It's been 4 hours. Here we have a game on Steam called Murder Diaries 2, which looks like it might be something, but it probably isn't. $7.99, English, allegedly full audio. I'm just trying to burn through some of these games. Here we have Super Robot Wars 30, which this definitely should be on the far list. $59 full Japanese. It's going to be expensive, but it is going to support English. So, yep. I don't know why I would specifically want to play a Super Robot Wars game instead of a Gundam game. Since Super Robot Wars, I believe, is a collection of battle mechs from several different series. I guess that would be the reason I would play it. Here we have Red Triangle Super Collection, which looks like nothing other than a collection of mini games. Free to play, English only, so I guess the price is right.
It looks like I'm up.
Took more later.
Let's see. Here we have a game called Going the Distance, which looks like nothing of interest.
You send this breeze.
$4.99 English only. And I guess I just had the Steam store open.
Did you send
Let's
this
jump back a little
breeze?
bit. Here we have a game called Cyber Runner 2048. Doesn't look interesting. $2.39.
Here we have a game called Bullet Grinder, which looks like nothing. $2.39. Here we have a game called Hypnagogia Boundless Dreams, which looks like kind of a low polygon weird game. I'm gonna have to say no to that. $7.99, English only. Here we have a game called Cube Lines, which looks like nothing. $1.69, English only. And see, what's interesting here is then that means we're pretty much done. And I wasn't really expecting to be done that quickly. Let's play this. Evolve here.
You were done
Attack.
for.
Attack.
I've got all the magic I need. Here goes.
Alright, so I'm gonna start going through my Twitter feeds, and this will be the last game we play, and then that'll be the
Is
end
that how you treat a lady?
of that. And then on Monday, we probably won't have too much new news. That tends to be the case. We might be getting slightly more games coming out
Phoenix graces you
as we're approaching the sales and Black Friday, but
graced by beauty.
it's hardly like it's a lot of good games, so they're fairly easy to just dismiss. So now I'm just going through the what's on Steam games and clicking on any game that has come out in the last 4 hours. We'll again talk about those on Monday. Okay. Evolve. Destroy. Destroy. I think you just do this.
Is that how you treat a lady?
Go ahead and play there. GameDeveloper.com has this
The resplendent Phoenix graces
article
you
about a game called Ghost Switch, a visual novel without text. I mean, seriously, you just trying to really be lazy there at that point.
I'll open the way. You follow behind.
What adorable, ephemeral lives.
Nothing new at Gamatsu. Let me just reload that tab just to be certain. That would make a lot of sense. Okay.
I'll get it right this time. The real battle begins. Let him go!
Your shining faith will carry you.
Why is this so hard?
See. Yep. No new news at Video Game Chronicles either. And that just leaves my generic regular visual novel.
Immortal supremacy.
Yeah, and we're pretty much going to end streaming here early enough that I'm not even
I'm hopeless.
running that late. Although, I don't know what late really even is at this point.
Smiles are the best medicine.
Why are all these cards cheaper?
Behold the fists of immortal supremacy.
I envy you.
Yeah, I guess we're probably gonna have some people carving pumpkins and things for video games on Halloween, but yeah, that's something that may happen every year. Now what sucks is 25 minutes from now the daily missions start all over again, but I have no interest whatsoever of playing this. Oh, I didn't even talk about, as far as the accountability section, that I didn't play any more of Lego Pirates of the Caribbean. I desperately need to finish that game up. Otherwise it's gonna be very awkward. But yeah, that is my plan today, is to schedule some more videos. Definitely have more of that to do, and to play Lego Pirates of the Caribbean also, if I can get both of those things done in one day. Some days I'm lucky if I get one thing done. But also I have an TV antenna that should be arriving any second now, and then I'll want to spend at least an hour setting that up and positioning it. Over-the-air television signal really is picky as far as the angles, as far as I can tell, and I've bought an antenna here that is about double what it should be, and I will question if I may have overpowered it. And I got an amplifier also, so I'm not sure if I even need the amplifier. So that would be another thing to certainly test out, because I would say generally you can never go too big for an over-the-air TV antenna, but there probably is a point where if you go really, really big, you will actually hurt your signal more than help your signal. It's a little different than like Wi-Fi antenna strength, which is much more intelligent, and it's two-way communication, and there's like balancing, and there's times in which signal is not sent, so you won't have interactions and collisions. Over-the-air signal also seems like, unless you have the antenna particularly high above any trees anywhere near you, you will have to you will lose signal as soon as the wind blows and a tree gets in the way, or a leaf even gets in the way. So like you need a line of sight basically shot to the antenna transmitters. Even if you can't see the antenna transmitters, you need clear sky, or you ideally want that. And a lot of it is, can you get good enough, not are you going to get perfect. Anyways, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.